Chapter 1900. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged, hitting the reefs on the island, and causing them to explode into white foam. Evil winds howled, the weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea. But there were 4 Gu immortals hiding here. The 4 Gu immortals were all injured. One was lying on the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing their injuries. A moment later, one of them coughed intensely, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing. They gathered around him with concern. The one who coughed out blood was Miao Mingshun. This Gu immortal cultivated space path. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was very famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. He had a wide network and influence. He was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qi, followed Miao Mingshun's lead. The 4 formed a tight group. But now, among them, Gui Qi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in a dangerous situation. Miao Mingshun wiped the blood from his mouth. He had a pale expression as he spoke with difficulty. My injuries, cough cough, are not important. The important thing is old Gui's condition. That's right. Gui Qi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish's thorns. We cannot cure this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice-poisoned starfish's thorns are tricky, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu can save him. Miao Mingshun shook his head, sighing. Fairy Jiu and Ren Xiaoping have a secret relationship. I know about it already. Su Chen is attending the Qi Si banquet now. We cannot expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves for old Gui's injuries. I intend to use the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. With this water, we can get rid of the ice-thorn starfish's poison. Lord! Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were moved. Miao Mingshun laughed heartily. A mere rank 8 immortal material can save my life. It is worth it. Speaking of which, we have to thank this demon Feng Yuan. If not for him defeating the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would not be buying time path immortal materials so crazily in jewel yellow skies. Immortal Hua Dai nodded and sighed. Yeah, this demon Feng Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and can control the Stone Lotus Islands. The Celestial Court has suffered a huge setback this time. The losses are too great. Feng Jiang said worriedly. Feng Yuan is too cunning. The Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Now that Feng Yuan had obtained the true legacy of the Red Lotus, he was truly powerful. If we don't stop him, Feng Yuan will become even more terrifying and pose a threat to the entire world. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Ah Feng, you are worrying too much. A person like Feng Yuan can come and go as he pleases. How can we compare to him? The world is so big, can we even meet him? Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. The Celestial Court will not let him off. We just need to watch the show. This time, Feng Yuan used the Stone Lotus Islands to trap the Celestial Court. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. He displayed the image of the Celestial Court's defeat in jewel yellow skies for all the Gu immortals in the world to see. This way, Feng Yuan's fame and reputation rose again. The Celestial Court's reputation was dealt a heavy blow again. It was reasonable for Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to know about this. But they did not know that in the past, when Feng Yuan pretended to be Chuing, he had interacted with them and saved their lives. Feng Yuan was right beside them. Miao Mingshun sighed faintly. He was an ambitious person. He was not willing to live a peaceful life. If not for this, he would not have given in to others and made friends with so many Gu immortals, uniting Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qi. As an ambitious Gu immortal, he had complex emotions towards Feng Yuan's rise and rise. Feng Yuan rose too quickly. In less than 100 years, he went from a mortal Gu master to a rank 7 Gu immortal. But how long did Miao Mingshun take? Hundreds of years. In less than 100 years, Miao Mingshun watched as Feng Yuan rose. It was like he was watching a show. But the main character was not him. Even though he thought that he was rank 7 like Feng Yuan could already control a rank 8 immortal Gu house. He controlled the Stone Lotus Island and attacked the Celestial Court. What about himself? Miao Mingshun looked at himself. He was in dire straits. Not only was he heavily injured, Gui Qiyi was on the verge of death. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai were also injured. And the cause of all of this was his enemy, Ren Xiaoping, who was searching for them. He was truly trapped both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Mingshun even suspected. Was it wrong for him to work hard all these years? To lower himself to make connections? To win over the 3 immortals around him? If he did not make a mistake, why did he end up like this? He immediately thought of Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor held Qi banquets. He invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea. He was too famous. Miao Mingshun had heard of it long ago. He even wanted to attend it. But now that he was plotted against by Ren Xiaoping, he could only hide. He missed this opportunity. Miao Mingshun admired and envied Qi Ancestor greatly. If I learn from Qi Ancestor and cultivate in seclusion, would I improve more? I would not be plotted against by people like Ren Xiaoping? Miao Mingshun gritted his teeth. He dispelled this thought that shook his morale. He let out a breath of air. He said to Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai, Feng Yuan is lucky. He has the backing of several venerables. He does not lack cultivation resources. He is also an otherworldly demon with spring-autumn cicada. After pausing for a while, he said, he is too far away from us. We need to wake old Gui up first before leaving this place. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai nodded in agreement. Miao Mingshun communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. He used the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. The entire transaction was very smooth. There were no unexpected incidents. In the previous life, Celestial Court not only occupied the River of Time and restricted Feng Yuan's search for the Stone Lotus Island, it also worked with Southern Border's righteous path to ostracize Feng Yuan and Jewel Yellow Skies, obstructing his businesses and buying Time Path immortal materials. But in this life, Celestial Court's situation was much worse. Even though they still worked with Southern Border's righteous path to restrict Feng Yuan's businesses in Jewel Yellow Skies, they lost the River of Time and suffered a huge loss. They needed to refine many Time Path immortal Gu. And most importantly, they had to prevent Feng Yuan from refining them. Thus, in this life, even though Celestial Court did not lack Time Path immortal materials in their inventory, they bought more Time Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. Miao Mingshun obtained more underworld yellow water from the transactions than in the previous life. Of course, he did not know about this. Next, Miao Mingshun used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gui Qiye's body. He had to control himself well. After all, this underworld yellow water would corrode an unguarded Gu immortal's body. The poison in Gui Qiye's body was cleansed. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Mingshun. Miao Mingshun's words made Gui Qiye's eyes turn red. The 4 finally had time to breathe. They started to think of a way to deal with that damned Ren Xiaoping outside. Just the 4 of them alone could not do it. That Ren Xiaoping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight many people alone. This time, he had other Gu immortals helping him. Thus, Ren Xiaoping's side had more people than Miao Mingshun. Gui Qiyi thought about it. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping plotted against us, because Lord has the method to enter the Blue Dragon Whale. It is related to a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we can only use this secret to invite our comrades to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance before Ren Xiaoping. If we are late and Ren Xiaoping leaks this secret, not only will we lose the initiative, we will also become the target of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Miao Mingshun nodded in agreement. Even though he was unwilling, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the Blue Dragon Whale, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It was a pity that Ren Xiaoping's side was plotting against Miao Mingshun. It would be leaked soon. According to Gui Qiye's method, Miao Mingshun's side could not only gather a group of Gu immortals, their strength would increase. They could resist Ren Xiaoping and protect their lives. They could also explore the blue dragon whale. It would be a good thing if they could gain any benefits. In this situation, they could only share some of the benefits they could gain in the future, to share this secret with more people. Like in the previous life, after Miao Ming Shun and the other immortals discussed, they decided on the people. Chuing was one of them. When Fang Yuan received the invitation, he was still in the Qi Si banquet. During this period, some famous Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to participate in the banquet. For example, Adversity Sea's Dragon-Head Tortoise Immortal. All sorts of people appeared. Fang Yuan gained a new understanding of Eastern Sea's situation. Junshin Guang was also collecting information. In fact, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Border also had eyes and ears hidden among them. This went without saying. Fang Yuan's Qi Si banquet. Even though it was only the first time, it had already affected the transcendence. All the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying attention to it. Eastern Sea's cultivation resources were too abundant. During this period, many Gu immortals publicly traded immortal Gu. Each successful transaction meant that Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world's strength rose slightly. Junshin Guang and the rest felt heavier. If Fang Yuan wanted these immortal Gu and immortal materials, he could get Zhang Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi Si banquet ends here. Fang Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number 1 person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1901. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Gu immortals had finally gathered. Miao Mingshun was the leader, Gui Qiyi, Immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang were beside him. Other than them, there was Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan. Even though I have revived, it does not seem to have affected Miao Mingshun. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying, he observed calmly. Similar to the previous life, Miao Mingshun's choices did not change. But Fang Yuan was completely different from the previous life. His current situation was much better than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, he could not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He only annexed the resources of Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven, digesting some of them. And rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement. It did not succeed. The most regretful thing was that in the previous life, his plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had failed. His soul path cultivation was severely obstructed. He could not make any progress. At the same time, the production of Guts Gu could not be raised. In this life, Fang Yuan had already annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He had rank 8 cultivation level, and even turned into Qi Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political benefits. He had already refined heaven form. It was just that he had not found more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert had been developing. His soul path cultivation was advancing rapidly. Not to mention the production of Guts Gu. It surpassed the previous record by many times. In the previous life, Celestial Court occupied the River of Time. Fang Yuan fought hard to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan occupied the River of Time. Celestial Court suffered huge losses. Their reputation suffered a huge blow. But Celestial Court had no choice but to continue building immortal Gu houses and send more troops to the River of Time. They did not dare to watch Fang Yuan occupy the River of Time and obtain a second Red Lotus true inheritance. It was not just the River of Time that had switched its offensive and defensive positions. Fang Yuan had made arrangements in the Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and he had made great progress. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he racked his brains, using the 5 regions and 2 heavens as a chessboard. He spread his pieces in all directions, bringing huge benefits not only in the immediate future, but also in the future. A similar situation was that Feng Yuan's business in Jewel Yellow Skies was jointly boycotted and suppressed by Zhongzhou State and the Southern Alliance. Feng Yuan didn't have a good solution for the time being. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was indeed declining. After all, his extortion chips were decreasing. Only Second Aperture Immortal Gu was extremely attractive to Southern Borders Gu Immortals. Secondly, be it Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance, they had huge businesses and deep foundations. Feng Yuan could not compete with them in Jewel Yellow Skies in terms of price and foundation. Feng Yuan's foundation was mostly focused on Immortal Gu houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. His cultivation resources were all turned into his own strength. For example, Guts Gu. If Feng Yuan put Guts Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies, this monopoly would definitely be very popular. No matter how the Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance tried to suppress it, it would have no effect. But Feng Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts Gu on his soul path cultivation. He was still trying all ways to raise his battle strength. This choice put him in an even more disadvantageous position in the confrontation in Jewel Yellow Skies. In terms of immortal materials, my current life is even worse than my previous life. After all, I lost too many immortal Gu in the previous life. In this life, I also have more subordinates. In the previous life, Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hair, and Fairy Meoween died long ago. In this life, not only are they still alive, I have also annexed the 4 variant human races. I have also set up an even bigger business in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, starting to raise snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others on a large scale, trying to encroach on human path. Feng Yuan's immortal materials were much more than in the previous life. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that he annexed Langya Blessed Land was a huge profit. But in this life, his expenses were also much higher. A large amount of Luck Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path Immortal Gu were refined, the nurturing of variant humans, the collection of 12 immemorial year beasts to nurture his clones, as well as several intense battles. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence and lost countless Gu worms. All in all, be it externally or internally, Feng Yuan's situation was much better than in the previous life. The only weakness was that he did not have a lot of immortal materials in stock. Some types of immortal materials were almost depleted. In this situation, Feng Yuan did not intend to fight to the death with Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. Celestial Court was purchasing Time Path immortal materials. They were clearly trying to stop Feng Yuan. They were even crazier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan chose to retreat. In this aspect, he could not compete with Celestial Court, not to mention that Celestial Court had the Southern Alliance. Feng Yuan's next plan was to obtain Regret Gu and advance his own immortal Gu on a large scale. This was the same as in the previous life. He had a large number of rank 6 immortal Gu on hand now. Once he raised these rank 6 immortal Gu to rank 7, his battle strength would soar to a whole new level. Just cooking Luck Pot alone was worth looking forward to. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, so I was in a hurry in the Blue Dragon Whale's Immortal Aperture. I did not focus on attacking it. This time, not only am I going to obtain Regret Gu, I am also going to try my best to see if I can take that Merit Obelisk, and even the entire Paradise Earth True Inheritance, and the Blue Dragon Whale. Feng Yuan had calculated the time very clearly. It was not far from Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention to fully repair Fate Gu. But it was not a problem. Feng Yuan arranged for Jean Budu to stay in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone did not let him down. His progress was stable and fast. When Feng Yuan comes out, Jean Budu will be able to coordinate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This would save Feng Yuan a huge amount of precious time. He could invest it into the Blue Dragon Whale. This was an early investment, but it was already snowballing into a positive development. In the near future, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingshun looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshun, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days, they had been thinking about what was inside the blue dragon whale. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent. With Miao Mingshun leading the way, he changed his path from time to time. Fang Yuan mixed in with the immortals. He followed Miao Mingshun closely. In the previous life, he had already set up the location of the blue dragon whale. But the blue dragon whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingshun closely, he might not be able to find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingshun's intentional guidance, the immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingshun also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingshun was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly he slowed down slightly. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingshun, but he could not see what method Miao Mingshun used to find the blue dragon whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Fang Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the blue dragon whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he had experienced it, and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several Gu immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method, it is amazing. The leader of the Gu immortals smiled. As he said that, a burst of power appeared. Not only did he break Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move, he even moved towards Miao Mingshun and the rest. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly stunned. Why is Shen Songxing following us? This was very different from the situation in his previous life. This person who broke Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move, with just one sentence, was naturally Shen clan's first supreme elder, Shen Songxing. This was one of the current righteous path rank 8 Gu immortals. Miao Mingshun, and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level. They could not fight him. However, not only did Shen Songxing come, there were also several Gu immortals with him. Not just experts from Shen clan. There were also lone cultivator experts like Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression, but this was obviously an act. His main body was here, not just Shen Songxing. Even if the 4 Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s came, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Mingshun and the rest were truly shocked. The other party was too strong. They had no chance of winning. Chapter 1902. Why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped, feeling cold all over. If not for the dangerous environment, I would not have sensed them. I would not have found them. Let's go. Zheng Luozi urged with a panicked expression. There is a traitor among us. Split up. Miao Mingshun's expression was dark. He understood now. His gaze swept past Tu Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Zheng Luozi, pausing on Fang Yuan for a moment. Evidently, he was most suspicious of this Chu Ying, because he had not investigated his background with his true inheritances. Ha ha ha. I wanted to follow you to find the blue dragon whale. Since you have been exposed, none of you can escape. Shen Songxing spoke as he flicked his fingers. Sound waves spread rapidly and caught up to Miao Mingshun and the rest. Miao Mingshun and the rest were enveloped by the sound waves. Their speed fell sharply. Shoo! Shen Songxing blew a long whistle at the bottom of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai cried out in shock. Countless sound waves bound her body as Shen Songxing pulled her over. Xiao Dai! Feng Jiang saw this and his eyes turned bloodshot. He rushed back to help. But because he was too weak, he was captured by Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing had rank 8 cultivation level. His sound path methods were very outstanding. In the previous life, he could even capture the rank 8 Gu immortal old man Bei Feng in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was easy for him to capture small fries like immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. Go! Feng Jiang shouted angrily, but Shen Songxing grabbed his neck and fainted on the spot. He snorted coldly, attack. The Shen clan Gu immortals and Ren Xiaoping had already found their targets. They attacked separately. They had been tailing them for a long time. They had already discussed and assigned their targets. Thus this time, not only were their attacks orderly, they even coordinated with each other. The one attacking Fang Yuan was Shen clan's Gu immortal Shen Tan, a normal water path Gu immortal. He shot out a water ring the size of a water jar and was about to cover Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was unwilling to make a move. Suddenly, he transformed into a small seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. With a whoosh, he leaped out like lightning. Shen Tan missed his target. After a moment of surprise, he continued to attack and drew out 3 water rings, each of which appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a swimming fish again, twisting left and turning right with extreme agility, dodging these 3 water rings. Shen Tan's expression immediately turned ugly, and he called out to Ren Xiaoping who was next to him. Please help me, fellow immortal Ren. Ren Xiaoping aimed his attack at Tong Hua. He was controlling the 2 vicious sharks. Hearing Shen Tan's words, he immediately nodded. Sure. One of the vicious sharks that was pestering Tong Hua immediately turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings at lightning speed. He realized that if he passed this obstacle, he would be the one at the very front. Thus, he slowed down and pretended to be intercepted by the vicious sharks. With this delay, Shen Tan laughed loudly, controlling 4 water rings to block Fang Yuan. Let's see where you can run to now. He did not know who he was intercepting. If he knew that it was Chu Ying's true identity, he would have shivered already. Fang Yuan pretended to be a trapped beast, patiently sizing up his companions. Tu Tu Tua was already intercepted. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not high. He was at a disadvantage in the sea. Tong Hua was being held back by Ren Xiaoping's 2 vicious sharks. Zheng Luozi was like a white specter at the bottom of the sea, moving left and right, competing with Shen clan's Shen Qi for speed. Guiqi Lao and Miao Mingshun moved together. They chased after the 2 Shen clan Gu immortals, suddenly shouting, Lord, leave quickly, I will block them. He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The 2 Shen clan Gu immortals were too fast. They plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Mingshun knew that the situation was dire. He flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Songxing completely suppressed Feng Jiang and immortal Hua Dai. He snickered at this. Where are you going? Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Mingshun. Miao Mingshun's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. His gaze flashed like lightning. He shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second, he vanished again. When he appeared again, he was 100 steps away from Fang Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Mingxin successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Songxing gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8. Miao Mingxin actually managed to escape. It was truly amazing. Miao Mingxin was the most crucial person. Shen Songxing did not care about keeping immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture. He threw them to the others and chased after Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin charged out of the sea. He was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally, but in front of Shen Songxing, I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Songxing shot out. Miao Mingxin's body shook. His speed fell as he was hit by Shen Songxing's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingxin struggled with all his might. He felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew towards Shen Songxing. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Miao Mingxin for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Songxing into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingxin used this chance to escape again. His body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling. The dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder, fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. The situation was extremely dangerous. Where did I end up? Miao Mingxin took in a deep breath of cold air. Chase after them. Right at this time, Shen Tan's anxious voice could be heard from behind. Earlier, when Shen Tan caught the two captives that Shen Songxing threw to him, Fang Yuan took the chance to attack. Not only did he destroy the 4 water rings, he even helped them. Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi, and Fang Yuan left the sea and flew into the sky. Don't think of escaping. Shen Tan, Shen Qi, and Ren Xiaoping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky, enveloping the immortals. The immortals quickly defended against it. Another group of eagles swooped down, scattering the immortals. The situation was chaotic. Scram! At the next moment, a sound wave came from the depths of the sea. Shen Songxing flew out from the sound wave, instantly flying into the sky from the sea. He waved his hands. 2 translucent sound waves shot out like 2 sharp blades, surrounding the battlefield from both sides. Immortal killer move, long space sound blade. Wherever the sound blades passed, be it the eagles or the lightning, they were all cut into 2. Even the immemorial thunder phoenixes were injured and retreated. The sound blades went around Tong Hua and pierced through Zheng Luozi's neck. Zheng Luozi's eyes were wide open, his head fell to the ground. The sound blades caught up to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly changed his direction and burst out with speed, flying towards the nearest immemorial thunder phoenix. At the next moment his body turned into charcoal. He died on the spot. Shen Songxing did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He charged towards Miao Mingxin again. Blue Dragon Whale Paradise. Guidance Island. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and quickly woke up. I came here after all. He stood up and looked around. The blue sea and white waves, the golden beach. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was quiet and peaceful. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi. He was clearly killed by Shen Songxing's sound path killer move. His head had fallen to the ground. But now, he was lying on the beach not far away. His breathing was stable. He was in a deep sleep. His head was still on his neck. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion realm has already started. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. Feng Yuan was electrocuted to death by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix. He was brought here. Zheng Luozi was killed by Shen Songsheng. He was also brought here. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield in Central Continent was similar. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent occupied that place and sent their Gu immortals to fight inside. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. At most, you will suffer some injuries from dying too many times. Thus, Feng Yuan did not make a move earlier. Even if he killed Shen Songsheng, he would not die instead. He would be sent here in advance, exposing his identity for no reason. Feng Yuan waved his hand. A qi blade slashed at Zheng Luozi. Zheng Luozi was caught off guard. He was about to be killed by the qi blade, but the qi blade vanished the moment it hit him. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and left. When Shen Songsheng opened his eyes with difficulty, his vision was still blurry, but he heard a surprised voice. First Supreme Elder, you are finally awake. Next, his vision cleared up. He saw Shen Tan, Shen Qi Ren Xiaoping, Miaoming Shen Hua Dai, Feng Jiang Tong Hua, and the rest. They were facing each other nervously. What is going on? Didn't I die? Shen Songsheng was shocked. He was dazed. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was naturally the one who lasted the longest in the illusion realm. He was the last to be brought here. First Supreme Elder, this is probably Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's doing. It is like Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield. Shen Tan said. Shen Songsheng forced himself to calm down. He nodded. This is indeed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style. At the next moment, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at Miaoming Shen and the rest. He asked directly, how long have you been awake? We just woke up not long ago. Shen Qi replied. Shen Songsheng nodded. He looked at Miaoming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Zheng Luozi. Chapter 1903. What is this place? Tell me everything you know. Shen Songsheng said as he attacked Miaoming Shen again. But even though the killer move was activated, it vanished mysteriously. Shen Songsheng grunted as blood flowed out of his nose. He suffered from the backlash of the killer move. Supreme First Elder, please wait a moment. This place seems to prohibit fighting between each other. If you want to kill, be it killer moves or Gu worms, they will fail. But healing yourself is not obstructed. Shen Tan said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shen Songsheng stared with wide eyes. Shen Tan felt wrong, thinking. Wasn't it because you attacked too quickly? Of course, he could not say that. Shen Tan could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Miaoming Shen and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing themselves. When they woke up, they saw the Shen clan Gu immortals around them. They attacked without thinking. They suffered a lot of backlash as well. Shen Tan and the rest were not much better off. However, at that time, Shen Songsheng had not woken up yet. Nobody knew if rank 8 Gu immortals would still be restricted. It seems that even rank 8 Gu immortals cannot defy Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Miaoming Shen let out a breath of air. Seeing that Shen Songsheng failed, he was completely at ease. At least, they were safe for now. Shen Songsheng heard the hidden meaning as his eyes shined with bright light. It seems that this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miaoming Shen did not confirm or deny it. Gui 7th, who was beside him, stared at Tong Hua as he shouted. Tong Hua, you betrayed us. Tong Hua lowered her head and didn't say anything. She looked ashamed. She was standing with Ren Xiaoping now. She was the mole in Miaoming Shen's group. Earlier, when Shen Songsheng activated his killer move and avoided her, many people saw it. At that moment, her identity was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, my lord trusted you so much. He even helped you rebuild your immortal aperture after your tribulation. I've helped you a lot, right? This time, I even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale together. But you actually did something like this, biting the hand that fed you. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to say something but stopped. She looked away and did not look at Miaoming Shen and the rest. Instead, Miaoming Shen sighed and stopped Immortal Hua Dai from making things difficult. I'm afraid Fairy Tong Hua has her own difficulties. Never mind. Everyone has their own ambitions. Tong Hua's gaze flickered fiercely. My lord, you are too kind. How can we tolerate such a person? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her foot. Ren Xiaoping laughed coldly. Inciting Tong Hua to defect was his masterpiece. Miao Ming Shun, you better understand the current situation. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Tong Hua is a fine bird that chooses a good tree to nest in. If you surrender and hand over all the information, we might be able to spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. This was supposed to be their fortuitous encounter, but it was robbed and threatened by these people. She immediately rolled her eyes and screamed, I'm so scared, quickly attack me, I'm trembling from fear. Shen Songxing had a cold expression. Ren Xiaoping squinted, his laughter became even colder. Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you forever? Once we leave this place and return to Eastern Sea, which one of you will be Lord Shen Songxing's match? Even here, are Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements truly flawless and flawless? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Ming Shun and the rest also had grim expressions, especially Zheng Luozi. He looked at Shen Songxing with a trace of fear. After all, he was killed by Shen Songxing in one move. It is not certain who will win or lose yet. Let's go. Miao Ming Shun did not want to argue. He turned around and left the beach. This person can uncover the profundity of the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Let's follow him. Shen Songxing quickly ordered. Since they could not make a move now, they would follow Miao Ming Shun and the rest. That would not be wrong. The two groups of people walked forward in silence, one in front of the other. Soon, they walked out of the beach and arrived at a dense forest. The trees here are strange. There is a heart-shaped empty space in the middle of each leaf. Immortal Hua Dai said in confusion. This tree is just an ordinary tree. After Feng Jiang checked it, he stretched out his hand and touched the tree trunk. With a muffled bang, the entire tree that he was caressing collapsed and broke into piles of wood powder. What happened? The immortals sensed the commotion and quickly gathered. This is not an ordinary tree. It is a rank 7 immortal plant cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing looked and said solemnly. They also came over. Seeing this rank 8 Gu immortal standing beside them, Miao Ming Shun and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they slowly relaxed. Gui Qiyi smiled coldly, saying proudly, Old Shun, are you bullying us because we do not know? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path Dao marks. It grows 10 inches every 100 years. 10 inches is one step. How can this be a cloud ladder tree? Such a tall tree. If it is a cloud ladder tree, it has to have at least 100 steps. That means it is at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old cloud ladder tree? But Shen Songxing had a calm expression. This is a cloud ladder tree. You only know one thing. You do not know the other. Cloud ladder trees are rank 7 immortal materials, but 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees will grow rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts. Once the cloud ladder leaf hearts are all taken, the cloud ladder tree will turn into wood dregs and become an ordinary Gu material. Gui Qiyi was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered again and pointed to the front. Then according to what you said, this vast forest is filled with cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old? What a joke. Shen Songxing nodded. The cloud ladder tree is indeed rare, but this forest is not full of such rare trees. But at the very least, this one should be a cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing was very certain, but Gui Qiyi insisted on his opinion. He pointed at a nearby tree that was still intact. Then according to Master Shen Songxing, this tree, oh, and that tree are all cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old. Haha, look, there are heart-shaped blanks on their leaves. So many cloud ladder trees. How many rank 8 immortal materials do they represent? Cloud ladder leaf hearts? Wasn't this so-called rank 8 immortal material a little too much? What is the difference between them and the cabbages in a farmer's field? The immortals' gazes gathered on Shen Songxing's face. Shen Songxing's expression had a subtle change. On this island, all sorts of investigative methods were not useful. but he was gradually able to sense the surroundings. He walked a few steps and patted the tree trunks. The cloud ladder trees that were touched by him crumbled into pieces. Shen Songxing sucked in a breath of cold air, saying to his subordinates, "These are all cloud ladder trees, but all the cloud ladder leaf hearts on their leaves have been taken away. These are rank 8 immortal materials. They are very valuable. Quickly go and see if there are any left." Shen Clan's Gu immortals naturally trusted Shen Songxing. Even if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were skeptical, they could only obey and disperse in order to save face. In the end, the cloud ladder trees were all destroyed. The immortals could not find a single cloud ladder leaf heart, no matter how hard they tried. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, but there were no living trees left. Even when Shen Songxing walked out of this dead forest, he could not help but be suspicious. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, aren't there too many of them? The immortals walked out of the forest and saw a yellow land. Dust rose as the wind blew. Desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. There seems to be the aura of clear wind grass stems in the air. Shen Songxing sniffed as he squatted on the ground and swept away the dust. Small holes were revealed in the dust. Shen Songxing's expression changed slightly. This time, Zheng Luozi also recognized the peculiarity. He gasped. This place was probably filled with clear wind grass stems in the past. I have smelled the fragrance of clear wind grass stems. This is the smell. The holes here are as big as fists. The walls are smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear wind grass stems. Miao Mingshun was shocked. Clear wind grass stems are rank 7 immortal materials. According to what you said, this place is filled with holes. There used to be a patch of clear wind grass stems in the past? Even though it is unimaginable, don't forget, we are inside the Blue Dragon Whale. This is the location of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai's words were like a huge rock that smashed into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Songxing frowned deeply. He suddenly looked at Miao Mingshun and asked, "Why is there someone missing in your group?" Miao Mingshun was shocked. No wonder he felt something amiss earlier. Now that he was reminded, he realized, that's right, someone was missing. Chuing is not here. Feng Jiang said solemnly. Where did he go? Speaking of which, he died quite quickly. He should have been brought here long ago. Could it be that he woke up ahead of time, and even gathered all the immortal materials here? The immortals were astute people. Because of the tense atmosphere earlier and the exploration of the island, they did not think about it. Once they started discussing, everyone became anxious. Shen Songxing did not care about following Miao Mingshun anymore. He started to move forward. Miao Mingshun hesitated for a moment before following. The immortals soon arrived at a huge pit. This pit was more than 10 li in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. There were some debris in the pit. Tua picked up the debris and looked at it, shouting loudly, "Heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard dug it away, and only left behind these debris?" Tua stared with wide eyes as he shouted loudly, "Rooster iron is definitely an open iron mine." The rooster sings and the world turns white. With such a large amount of rooster iron, when the wind blows, it will vibrate and eventually produce the rank 8 immortal material world white snow iron. Shen Songxing's voice was cold. We need to find that Chuing quickly. The immortals became anxious. The immortal materials in front of them were likely dug away by Chuing. They had to find him. Chapter 1904. The receiving island was not big. The immortals could not explore it and gain nothing. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. At the center of the island, they made a shocking discovery. There was a towering stele, its entire body seemingly made of gold, emitting a soft crystalline glow. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk. Words appeared on the surface of the Merit Obelisk, introducing this receiving island, as well as the details of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. To obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the obelisk and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this condition, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave or go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful. He would not let these people come for nothing. The immortal materials on the island were specially prepared for them. They could split them among themselves. 300 days later, everyone would be transported out. The immortals gasped. There are really immortal materials on the island. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear wind grass stalks, rooster iron and others are not fake. They were all taken away. Damn it. They really plundered everything thoroughly. They did not leave anything for us. I'm afraid it is that Chewing. Where is Chewing? Why is he nowhere to be seen? I found Chewing. Immortal Huadai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly went to her side, and went to the other side of the merit obelisk. Following the direction of Immortal Huadai's finger, they saw words appearing on the obelisk. Merit board Chewing, 82 merit points. Other than Chewing, there was no one else. This lad. Ren Xiaoping gritted his teeth. Right at this time, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again, from 82 to 93. Next, the merit obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took a few steps back. The light figure quickly dissipated, revealing Feng Yuan. Chewing. Feng Jiang shouted. You're finally willing to appear. Tuo's eyes were completely red. He thought back to the enormous rooster iron pit. Oh, you're awake. Feng Yuan nodded at them, his expression calm. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Shin Tan was furious. Feng Yuan's indifferent attitude made the immortals furious. Shin Songsheng took a step forward with a cold expression and an oppressive imposing aura. Speak. Did you take away all the immortal materials on the island? Who else could it be other than me? Feng Yuan asked back. He was indifferent to Shin Songsheng's imposing manner. He then walked to the other side of the merit stele and browsed through the various missions on the stele. The immortals widened their eyes in anger. This kid eating alone and still being so arrogant. Ren Xiaoping said eerily. We have seen the words on the obelisk. The immortal materials on this island were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He left them for everyone. Chewing, isn't it too much for you to take everything by yourself? You need to give us an explanation. Feng Yuan did not even look at him. He placed his palm on the obelisk and accepted another mission. Swoosh. White light flashed as he vanished. The immortals were stunned. Shen Qi shouted in anger. This kid. Where did this kid come from? He does not care about us or Lord Shen Songsheng at all. Ren Xiaoping said with an ashen expression and a cold voice. After we go out, investigate his identity. Shen Songsheng was a rank 8 after all, the leader of Shen clan. He calmed down and imitated Feng Yuan, approaching the merit stele. The reason why Chewing is so fearless is because he is relying on the fact that I can't do anything to him in this paradise. Shen Songsheng thought to himself. Chewing is just a rank 7. He is a lone immortal. I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit stele. Feng Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingshun's group came to the stele and were hesitant. They split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Feng Yuan had woken up in advance. He had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit stele appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit stele. Help the mermen in South Sea City, collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Roundfish Island was dry, they needed to build wells. 3 patterns try black herbs. Plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog. They needed to be guided out. Su Xia Mountain Spirit Spring had a problem. It needed to be dealt with. The Gu immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names. They did not have detailed descriptions. The Gu immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 patterns try black herbs. Plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 patterns tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading. What kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs. What kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit stele. The immortals were completely at a loss. Does that chewing know something? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent. Their hatred and suspicions towards Feng Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shen Songxing was forbidden from killing. The Gu immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit stele, a large number of immortal materials and immortal Gu could be exchanged with merit points. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles or some mortal Gu. Shen Songxing saw a rank 5 mortal Gu. It was called Kindness Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a Gu worm. To exchange for one Kindness Gu, 50 merit points were needed. It was the most expensive mortal Gu. But the merit stele did not describe the specific use of this Gu worm. Shen Songxing did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while. It seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. With Shen Songxing taking the lead, everyone walked up to the stele and accepted their missions. In the previous life, Feng Yuan and Miao Mingshen's group of 8 came to the merit stele. Only 10 missions appeared at once. But in this life, it seemed that because there were more people coming, the number of quests had increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were all accepted. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting over the missions. The mission that Shen Songxing accepted was, Roundfish Island has a drought, we need to build wells. Light flashed. At the next moment, he was transported to a desert. Shen Songxing's pupil shrunk. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with dense Dao marks. He could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was teleported here, he couldn't stop it at all. A vast and ingenious power instantly brought him here. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Shen Songxing sighed inwardly. He looked around and used his investigative killer move to cover the surroundings. Shen Songxing immediately sensed something different. Oh, my investigative killer move can be used normally here. It is not like the receiving island earlier. Tens of li away from him, there was a small village in the desert. Shen Songxing stood on the spot. His ears moved as he heard the conversations of the villagers. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Roundfish Island. This island was huge. There were many villages, but the vegetation had dwindled decades ago. It was getting sparser now. The desert had already engulfed the few villages. Mortals and Gu masters lived in the villages. Their lives were getting harder. This means I need to build wells near these villages. After finding out the situation, Shen Songxing let out a breath of air. He relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. Because they were all mortal level, there were no Gu immortals involved. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path great expert. He should be able to deal with most situations. Shen Songxing thought of Feng Yuan. He muttered to himself. That chewing only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. Using this, he should be able to complete those missions easily. After understanding the situation, Shen Songxing was not in a hurry to make a move. There were many things he needed to test. For example, if he ignored this mission, could he fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods did he have left to use? Shen Songxing did not interact with those mortals. He used sound path methods to dig wells around these villages. The desertification here was very severe. Shen Songxing had to dig for a long time before he found some shallow underground water. He surrounded this underground water and created deep wells. After thinking about it, he used his method to reinforce the walls of the wells. In the end, they even covered the wells with thatched pavilions. To think that I would have to do such manual labor one day. Shen Songxing smiled. He built over 30 wells in total. The mission was not difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal like him. During the process, Shen Songxing tried many things. He found out a lot of information about this paradise. For example, he could not leave the mission area. He could only move around this desolate Roundfish Island. Another example was the communication restriction, not to mention jewel yellow skies. He could not even send messages to his companions like Shen Tan and Shen Qi. Another example was that he could not kill ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail, and he would suffer backlash. But his immortal aperture could be opened. Shen Songsheng could take things out of his immortal aperture, but he could not casually take the things on Round Fish Island into his immortal aperture. Shen Songsheng also gathered information from these mortals. Some of them had entered and left Round Fish Island. They had gone out to sea. In the past, there had been fights in a few villages and lives had been lost. All in all, the natives of Dragon Whale Paradise had a lot of freedom, but the Gu immortals who came to take missions were strictly restricted. Chapter 1905. After completing the mission, Shen Songsheng chanted return as he teleported back to the starting island. The merit obelisk was right beside him. He looked at the obelisk on the merit ranking board. He saw his name. Shen Songsheng 9 merit points. Shen Songsheng frowned slightly. Completing a mission only gave him 9 merit points? This was too little. It was out of Shen Songsheng's expectations. At this rate, doesn't that mean that Chuing had already taken 10 or so missions before I came? Thinking of this, Shen Songsheng frowned even more. He looked at the rewards and his heart turned cold. Those immortal goo and immortal materials that he wanted, any one of them was worth more than 10,000 merit points. Also, immortal goo are unique. If others exchange for them before me, I will not have a chance anymore. Right now, Chuing is so far ahead. I need to quicken my pace and catch up to him. As a rank 8, Shen Songsheng felt a sense of urgency. The others were even more so. First Elder. Shen Tan walked over and welcomed Shen Songsheng. Even though he had completed his mission earlier, he was not in a hurry to complete the second one. He chose to wait under the obelisk. In fact, before the first teleportation, the immortals had agreed to communicate with each other after completing the mission. Shen Songsheng, Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Shen Xiao, Shen Naihe, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were one group, while Miaoming Shen Fengjiang Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qiyi, Tu Tu Tua, and Zheng Luozi were the second group. The two sides were clearly separated. It was obvious that Shen Songsheng's group was much more powerful. But in a special environment like Paradise Earth, they could not attack Miaoming Shen's group. They could only watch as they united. There is always a way out. Everyone, this is a peerless opportunity. As long as we grab hold of it, we will have a higher chance of facing Shen Songsheng in the future. We need to work hard together. Only by being united can we have hope. Otherwise, if we fight alone, we will not survive. Miaoming Shen encouraged the surrounding Gu immortals. Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, and the others nodded in agreement. The pressure on them was far greater than that of Shen Songsheng, so they were even more anxious to complete the mission and improve their strength. Even if they were safe in the Dragon Whale Paradise, when they teleported out 300 days later, they would have to face Shen Songsheng. Tell me, what did you discover? Miaoming Shen said. Everyone spoke of their results in full detail. They did not hide anything, and even had their own guesses. Everyone's discovery was similar to Shen Songsheng's. Miaoming Shen concluded. Paradise Earth's restriction on us can be seen as a kind of protection for us. At least for the time being, Shen Songsheng cannot harm us. After all of us complete the mission, the maximum amount of merit points we'll get is 9, no more than 10. It seems like the reward for each mission is between 1 to 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo even more changes in the future. Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua looked at each other. Zheng Luozi hesitated for a moment before asking. Brother Miao, since you can sense the location of the blue dragon whale and bring us back, are you completely unfamiliar with this place? Miaoming Shen smiled bitterly. Brother Zheng, brother Tu, if I say that I can sense the location of the blue dragon whale for some reason, will you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear in my mind inexplicably. But at first, the information was very vague and fragmented. It was only recently that I pieced it together, allowing me to understand that the blue dragon whale was calling me. If I really knew about these arrangements and had a shortcut, would I not use them? Would I wait to be threatened by Shen Songsheng? When I was being chased outside, if I knew it was an illusion, I would have killed myself already. Both of you, this is the truth. I am not lying. Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua looked at Miao Mingshun's sincere expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qiyi suddenly said. Speaking of which, I thought of something. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chuing saw that he was about to be attacked by the sound blades, but he suddenly increased his speed and crashed into an immemorial thunder phoenix, then was struck to death by lightning. That's right, I saw it too. Feng Jiang agreed. Seeking death, it is really strange. It seems that Chuing really knows some inside information. Tu Tuo's eyes flashed. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying in Shen Songxing's hands would also lead him here. To be safe, he chose to die the way he did in his previous life. This way there was a flaw. Just like how Shen Songxing's sound blades avoided Tong Hua, Miao Mingshun's group discovered Chu Ying's flaw. Shen Songxing's group did the same. Miao Mingshen. At this time, Shen Tan walked at the front and approached Miao Mingshun's group. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Songxing's group and Ren Xiaoping's group. Everyone, don't be nervous. Shen Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you. We are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was chasing us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were indignant. Miao Mingshen stopped them and looked at Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing nodded slightly and said indifferently, That is exactly what I mean. Just now, it was indeed me who attacked and wanted to kill all of you. However, if all of you put yourselves in my shoes, would you have let me go if you were me? It is not that I do not want to kill you, but with the current situation, I can only cooperate with you. I guarantee with the Shen family's reputation that even if we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not harm you and will let you go. And everyone, you need to tell me everything you know in full detail. Shen family's reputation? Miao Mingshen pondered. The Gu immortals around him also had slightly moved expressions. Shen Songxing was Shen family's first supreme elder. He was a righteous path person. His words carried enormous weight. Right now, he was using the entire Shen family's reputation as a guarantee. He was very trustworthy. Of course, the safest method was to sign an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shen Nai he were both rank 7 information path Gu immortals, but they could not use their alliance agreement method. It was restricted by this paradise. Think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise. Shen Tan smiled and threatened. Miao Mingshun and the rest were silent. The Merit Obelisk had already said that they would only stay here for 300 days. Once the time was up, they would be transported out. By then, they might have to face Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing's guarantee was not safe, he could go back on it. But this concerned their lives. Miao Mingshen and the rest would not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Mingshen suddenly smiled, nodding. I accept. I will cooperate with you. I will tell you everything I know. Shen Songxing also smiled. Good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, speak. Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly. Actually, there is nothing much to say. He repeated what he had said to Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. Shen Tan was furious. You say you don't know anything? Who are you trying to fool? Or do you think our Shen family is easy to fool? Shen Songxing, however, showed a pondering expression. He felt that Miao Mingshen's words were likely to be true. Lies could be made, but actions could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Mingshen's actions were deeply imprinted in Shen Songxing's mind. Looking at him, he did not seem to have any understanding of Dragon Whale Paradise. Gui Qiyi interrupted. We analyzed it earlier. We feel that Chuing is very suspicious. He might really know some inside information. The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Xiaoping smiled coldly. Is there a need to say that? That lad sought death earlier. He came here and woke up first, taking away all the immortal materials on the island. Look at the Merit Obelisk. His merit points are already close to 100. Ren Xiaoping's voice froze. Right at this time, white light flashed. Fang Yuan was transported back again. His mission was completed. The merit points on the obelisk truly broke through 100, rising to 102. The immortals gathered together, looking at Fang Yuan who was below the obelisk. We were just talking about you, and you appeared. Fang Yuan also glanced at the immortals. Oh, the atmosphere was quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised but not surprised. Gu immortals were all geniuses that were one in a million. These Gu immortals had sharp minds. They knew that if they split up, there would be harm. But if they worked together, there would be benefits. As long as Shen Songxing put down his arrogance, and Miao Ming Shen and the rest were worried about their future, it was not strange for them to cooperate reluctantly. Shen Tan smiled. He walked over and approached Fang Yuan. Brother Chuing. He took the initiative to greet him. His attitude was much warmer than towards Miao Ming Shen. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was clearly much higher than Miao Ming Shen's. However, before he could even open his mouth to offer his recruitment, scram, Fang Yuan took a glance at Shen Tan before turning around. Shen Tan's smile froze. His eyes started to twitch as his anger rose. He was about to shout when someone patted his shoulder. It was Shen Songsheng. Shen Tan immediately quieted down. He did not dare to act up on the spot. He suppressed his anger and stared at Fang Yuan. Little brother. Shen Songsheng chuckled. We can work together. Scram. Fang Yuan said one word in a plain tone. He interrupted Shen Songsheng's words. Everyone went silent. Shen Songsheng's eyes opened wide. He was stunned by the scolding. How long had it been? No one had ever scolded him like this. He was Shen clan's first supreme elder, an Eastern Sea rank 8 great expert, who dared to scold him like this. Even if there were any grudges between them and existences like Song Qi Yuan, they would still maintain their poise with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him like this. It was plain, crisp and crisp. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan's back in shock. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal, Shen clan's first supreme elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later? At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared. He took another mission and teleported out. The remaining Gu immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Shen Songsheng suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chuing is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage. He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger. He was clearly filled with killing intent. Miao Ming Shen, who is this Chuing? Where is he staying? Shen Tan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing. Gui Qi Yi and the rest were unhappy. They stared at him angrily. Miao Ming Shen sighed deeply, shrugging. If I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me? Hee hee. Shen Tan's lips twitched. He laughed dryly. His expression said it all. Who are you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Oh Chuing, I am about to die because of you. Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly in his heart. But he was not willing to give in. He pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. The reason why I trust Chuing is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now? Miao Ming Shen's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook. He felt immense pressure. He had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Ming Shen explained. Actually, I have not interacted with Chuing for a long time. I only invited him to an auction. Back then, Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua were there too. Shen Songsheng turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Songsheng frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known. What he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was very familiar with it. This life's Dragon Whale Paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the blue dragon whale's location change, the number of participating Gu immortals has also increased. The mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life, he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xiaolin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position. He then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew into his hands, the venerable method instantly activated and brought Feng Yuan back to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Because of this, Feng Yuan was able to bypass the Celestial Court's obstruction and successfully inherit a Red Lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Feng Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the River of Time, Feng Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed a large number of Gu immortals. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioge managed to escape. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed as well. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the venerable method on Regret Gu could not be used. This time, Feng Yuan intended to take down this dragon whale paradise. Getting Regret Gu was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Feng Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea, there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Feng Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Feng Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to Gu masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the Gu master's body. This was often a fatal problem for Gu masters. On one hand, because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil harvesting Gu masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil harvesting Gu masters. On the other hand, Gu masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. Feng Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Feng Yuan separated a lump of black oil, but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid Xiaolin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xiaolin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xiaolin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. The black oil contained many things, such as the bones of many sea beasts, ores, and so on. Her face was not similar to Xiahan Mo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Her face was not similar to Xiahan Mo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. Xiaolin was saved. Her eyelids twitched. She barely opened her eyes. After receiving treatment, Xiaolin's eyelids twitched, and she barely opened her eyes. When she woke up, she found that she was lying in a puddle. The sky was high and the sea was vast. It was a sunny day. The sky was high and the sea was wide. It was a sunny day. The leaves of several trees cast a thick shadow. It was like a parasol that covered her whole body. The breeze was like a lover's gentle hand. It made Xiaolin feel comfortable. Didn't I get devoured because I was collecting the black oil? Xiaolin's memory surfaced. Oh right, I seem to have been saved. I saw a blurry white figure at the bottom of the sea. Her body was still weak. Xiaolin barely got up. She looked around and did not see anyone. Who saved me? She was confused. She looked down and saw the puddle she was lying in. There was a puddle of clear water in the puddle. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Her blue-scaled fishtail shone brightly in the water. This must be benefactor's arrangement, Xiaolin thought. A warm feeling rose in her heart. This water was not seawater. It was the most suitable for a weak merman. You're awake. At this moment, the leaves were pushed aside and Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Xiaolin stared with wide eyes, looking at the white-clothed Fang Yuan. She felt a trace of familiarity. You are lucky. I found you coincidentally. Fang Yuan smiled. Xiaolin was extremely grateful. She was about to stand up and thank him, but Fang Yuan stopped her. You are still too weak now. Eat. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. A green wind flew to the top of the tree and plucked a coconut-like fruit. The green wind carried the fruit and flew to Xiaolin. The green wind was like a pair of scissors. It opened the shell and revealed the red flesh that was as tender as a pomegranate. Xiaolin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy. It rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach, giving off a warm feeling. It was extremely delicious. Xiaolin's eyes instantly lit up. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She quickly took out a few more pieces and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them whole. So delicious! She could not help but exclaim. Then she saw Fang Yuan staring at her with a gentle gaze. Her face immediately blushed as she stammered. May I ask for benefactor's name? Xiaolin will definitely repay you for saving my life. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Stay away from the black oil, it is very dangerous there. You met me coincidentally this time. Xiaolin's expression dimmed. She owed a huge debt for her grandfather's funeral. She had to take the risk to collect black oil to repay the debt. But to think that she could not collect the black oil, she almost lost her life. But even if I survive, I will be corroded by the black oil. I won't be able to live for long. Sigh, how can I repay my debt? How can I repay my benefactor? Xiaolin had a kind nature. She could not help but feel troubled. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh right, you were once corroded by the black oil, but it is fine. I've treated all the injuries on your body. There aren't any sequelae. Ah. Xiaolin was shocked. She stared at Fang Yuan in a daze. This Gu master in front of her could actually heal the injuries caused by the black oil. This was truly incredible. Fang Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You still have a long journey ahead of you in life. Eat some more. After you recover your strength, follow me. I'm here because I have something to do. Oh. Xiaolin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled as he turned around and left. Xiaolin watched as he passed through the forest and disappeared. She only reacted after a long while. She continued to eat the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. A cool breeze brushed past her face. She felt warmth and tranquility in her heart as she stood in a pool of pure water. This isn't a dream, right? As she ate, her tears flowed down silently. She was only an ordinary poor mermaid girl. In her past life, reality was cold and harsh to her. The only warmth came from her grandfather who took care of her. As her only relative, her grandfather was gone. Xiaolin had no one to rely on. Her heart was empty. Her only goal in life seemed to be to bury her grandfather in water. In the merman tradition, water burial was the final resting place of the merman. It would allow the dead to rest peacefully. But water burial was expensive. Xiaolin paid a huge price for it. The young girl ate as she cried silently. Fang Yuan stood outside the small forest, looking at the sea. He knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. But he did not go in. He gave the young girl enough time to adjust herself. In this life, he had a big plan in attacking Dragon Whale Paradise. Charlene's mission line was not the most important. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Regret Gu. He only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had relied on Xiaolin to enter Regret Crying Sea. But other than this clue, there were many other clues that could be used as a substitute. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only wanted to obtain Regret Gu, but Miao Ming Shun and the rest accepted the missions with all their might. They completed them and discovered many things. The atmosphere back then was much better than now. Miao Ming Shun and the rest interacted with each other. They even left information path Mortal Goo under the Merit Obelisk, sharing their insights and experiences of their explorations. The insights and valuable experiences that they found became Feng Yuan's wealth. Thus, Feng Yuan had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the Merit Obelisk and the Blue Dragon Whale. Xiaolin's mission was actually created by Feng Yuan himself. There was luck involved. It took a long time. Actually, after some time, when mid-sized missions appeared, there would be a few that could be used to enter Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Feng Yuan already had Xiaolin as his lead, along with Miao Ming Shun and the rest's desire for these missions. Feng Yuan did not fight for them. But now that I have Xiaolin's mission, I can use her again. This pawn is very useful. As long as I replicate my previous life success, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force is also a good thing. It will be of great help to my plans. Feng Yuan thought. Benefactor, sorry to keep you waiting. A moment later, Xiaolin floated out of the forest. She had recovered some stamina. She did not want to keep Feng Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body. It was 3 feet away from the ground, helping her move forward. No need to call me benefactor. My name is Chuing. People call me Master Chu. Feng Yuan smiled. Master Chu. Xiaolin said. But Feng Yuan did this to complete the mission. He wanted to reduce the black oil around the island and reduce the suppression of food path Dao marks, which would increase the production of other natural resources. This was beneficial to the environment of the island, so there were no restrictions. Not only did Feng Yuan complete the mission, he even obtained a portion of the black oil as extra income. This mission of collecting black oil was obviously more profitable than the other missions. There were many missions on the Merit Steel, but there were differences in their strengths. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shun and the rest made many discoveries about this. All of them benefited Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan slowly walked towards the Merit Steel. The footsteps disrupted Miao Ming Shun's thoughts. He turned around, and his pupils shrunk as he thought. It's Chuing. Feng Yuan smiled. Brother Miao, your connection to the Merit Steel is too weak. This connection is mainly for you to find this place. It won't be of much help to you in the future. I advise you to focus on completing the mission and raise your merit points. Feng Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Ming Shun. He had personally seen how Feng Yuan shouted scram at Shen Tan and Shen Songsheng. He was immediately attracted by Feng Yuan's words. His heart shook. He actually knows that there is a connection between me and the Merit Steel. I have never revealed this secret to anyone else. How did he know? Is he the same kind of person as me? He can also sense the location of the Blue Dragon Whale? Or is he unable to sense the location, but has other methods? Miao Ming Shun looked at Feng Yuan and felt that he could not see through him. He was full of questions. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Feng Yuan was already so domineering in front of Shen Songsheng. Forcing him was useless. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely tell me. It will be a waste of effort if I ask him. Miao Ming Shun sighed in his heart. Feng Yuan brushed past him and pointed at a line of words on the steel. He suddenly said, You can accept this mission. It is quite suitable for you. Complete the mission and accumulate merit points. It is not just doing good deeds on the surface. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. The effect will be better. Miao Ming Shun's heart shook. His throat moved as he said 2 words. Thank you. You're welcome. Feng Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Ming Shun some pointers was not done casually. On one hand, it was to divide these people for his own convenience. On the other hand, it was for East Sea. The secret of Miao Ming Shun's body sensing ability was something he announced after many fruitless attempts in the previous life. As for the truth behind it, the immortals already had a reliable guess. Miao Ming Shun was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. If he was forced into a corner by Shen Songsheng, Qi Si ancestor could accept him. Wu Shuai could also accept him. Feng Yuan did not accept the mission. He went to the other side of the Merit Steel and exchanged for a title. In an instant, His merit points of over 100 fell to single digits, falling from first to last place. Miao Mingshun saw the change on the merit board, and his eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with questions. Chuing spent 100 merit points. What did he exchange for? Fang Yuan accepted the mission and vanished again. Miao Mingshun immediately went to the other side of the merit stele and checked the exchange list. But how could he check it clearly? There were too many rewards worth 100 merit points. And there were also many rewards that were worth 100 in total. Miao Mingshun felt like a cat was clawing at his heart. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had deep meaning. It was beneficial to him, otherwise, he would not have lost his lead for no reason. Did Chuing express goodwill earlier to get me to help him conceal this matter? Miao Mingshun had another thought. But soon he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points could not be concealed. The other Gu immortals would soon discover this. White light flashed as Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The sea was extremely turbid. Sand and sand were moving around. A giant salamander was stirring up waves. This giant salamander's body was smooth without a single scale. Its head was huge and wide. Its body was thick and flat. Its limbs were short and thick. Its tentacles were like tiger claws. It had sharp claws and fangs. Its two cheeks had long tiger whiskers that shined brightly. This was a desolate beast Tiger King Salamander. The Tiger King Salamander rampaged, creating huge waves that affected the peace of the land. Fang Yuan's mission was to suppress it. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move. He investigated first. Soon, he frowned as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not find the reason for the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. There were no abnormalities in its body or mind, but it was rampaging and destroying the surrounding environment. Not only that, it was mutilating itself. It had clearly gone mad, trying to attack the Tiger King Salamander. Fang Yuan found that this desolate beast's battle strength had already risen to ancient desolate beast level. This is the same situation as Miao Mingshun's group in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, he only completed Xia Lin's clue. There were few missions, and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that even with his knowledge and experience, he could not see through this abnormality. The Tiger King Salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could absorb salt and purify the seawater, making the seawater clear, and reducing the salinity greatly, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King Salamander was often the core of a pure sea area. This kind of pure seawater could be drunk directly. If possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King Salamander. If he could pacify it and make it calm down, Fang Yuan would gain a lot of merit points. But it was clearly not possible now. Fang Yuan could only make a move and kill it. The Tiger King Salamander's corpse was taken into his immortal aperture as extra income for the mission. Ren Xiaoping returned to the starting island again. A group of people had already gathered under the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, Shun Clan Gu Immortal Shun Xiao said to him, "Congratulations, Brother Ren. You are now at the top of the merit board." "Ah, how can this be?" Ren Xiaoping did not believe it at first, but after he saw it with his own eyes, he was pleasantly surprised. His name was really at first place. Even Shun Songxing was at second place. Shun Songxing had also returned, standing in front of the obelisk with a solemn expression. Ren Xiaoping cautiously looked at Shun Songxing. He was excited and also a little worried about defeating this rank 8 Gu Immortal. Shun Songxing looked at Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Lord." Shun Songxing nodded. "Ren Xiaoping, in your opinion, what did Fang Yuan exchange for that caused his ranking to fall to last place?" Ren Xiaoping was slightly dazed, only now realizing that Fang Yuan was at the bottom. He quickly calmed down and frowned. That's right, Chuing would rather give up his lead. He expended his merit points. The thing he exchanged for was definitely of great help to him. If it could be of help to him, it would naturally be beneficial to him. But what could it be? The immortals had already discussed for a while, but there was no conclusion. White light flashed. Fang Yuan appeared in front of everyone again. At the same time, his ranking on the merit board rose sharply, rising to the top again. Chewing, 98 merit points. Chapter 1908. Small-scale missions gave between 1 and 10 merit points. On the other hand, the reward for mid-sized missions was between 11 and 100. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. He could take on medium-scale missions now. Medium-scale missions were at the Gu Immortal level. The Tiger King salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength was rank 7. The difficulty of this mission was not something mortals could handle. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. So my merit points are 90 this time, Fang Yuan realized. The reason why it did not reach the limit of 100 is because I took the Tiger King salamander's corpse away. If I left it there, the Dao marks on the corpse would spread and raise the standard of the environment. Fang Yuan did this on purpose. He was very curious about the reason behind the Tiger King salamander's rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him and prepared to conduct in-depth research. In the previous life, Miao Ming Shun and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together, but could not find the reason. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the board. Their expressions and moods were terrible. They worked hard to complete missions, but each mission gave them 10 merit points at most. Looking at Fang Yuan's one mission, he got 90 merit points. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-scale missions were simple, they were a waste of time. The efficiency of medium-scale missions was much higher. Looking at Fang Yuan walking towards the merit obelisk, some of the Gu immortals present were envious. Some felt their hearts pounding, and some felt despair. With Fang Yuan's efficiency, it was like he was walking with large strides while they were crawling like snails. How could they catch up to him? They would only be left further and further behind. Immortal Hua Dai looked at Miao Ming Shun. She wanted to ask Fang Yuan, but Miao Ming Shun shook his head at her. Shen Songshen glanced at Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao was helpless. He forced a smile and walked towards Fang Yuan. Brother Chu. He cupped his fists, speaking with a sincere tone and great attitude. Name a price. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Fang Yuan smiled. You want to know how I obtained such a huge amount of merit points? Indeed. Shen Xiao cupped his fists again. Brother, please enlighten me. Just tell me. With my great Shen clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you will not just obtain my friendship, you will also obtain our Shen clan's friendship. Earlier, Shen clan had pressured Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it and had an arrogant attitude. Shen Xiao changed his mind and tempted him with great benefits. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure, use your Shen clan's true inheritance to exchange for it. Shen Songsheng's eyes brightened. He did not expect Fang Yuan to really agree. He could not help but ask. What true inheritance do you want? Shen Songsheng's lips twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask. What kind of true inheritance do you want? Shen Songsheng's lips twitched. Immortal Gu? You really dare to dream. After thinking about it, he tossed out an information path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was a transformation path Gu Immortal True Inheritance among the information path Mortal Gu. Of course, the content was incomplete. There was some suspense. The truly valuable things were with Shen Songsheng. Fang Yuan pouted, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shen Songsheng. Changed to another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path Mortal Gu, erasing the content and inserting a new one. Of course, it was also incomplete. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shen Songsheng again. Changed to another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at Fang Yuan, saying solemnly, Chuing, you kept looking left and right, you sure got lucky this time. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, Chuing, always abide by my principles. I am not a petty person. People who treat others as fools are the true fools. How about this? Give me a portion of unending wave sound. I will tell you the reason for the huge increase in my merit points. Alright, I will believe you this once. Shen Songsheng did not hesitate. taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was palm-sized. It was a desolate beast. The conch contained a wave sound. This wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material. It was a specialty of Shen clan. It could resonate for years without stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious. He placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shen Songxing and smiled. Then I will tell you this secret. But do you want me to tell you privately, or do you want me to tell everyone? This time, it was Shen Songxing's turn to have a solemn expression. But he only hesitated for a moment before smiling. What is there to hide? Please tell me directly. As expected of someone who had been in charge of Shen clan for many years. Once he said that, even the Gu immortals on Miao Mingshen's side had a good impression of Shen Songxing. Miao Mingshen snorted coldly in his heart. We cannot set an alliance agreement here. Shen Songxing cannot restrict Chuing. Chuing was sowing discord. Since he can tell Shen Songxing, he can tell others in the future. Shen Songxing can see through this. Even if he is unwilling, he can only tell everyone. Good. Lord Shen Songxing is a man of noble character and integrity. You are truly admirable. Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the obelisk. The words related to the mission on the obelisk started to disappear, before appearing again. But the new words were completely different from before. Thousand Soul Fog appeared on White Light Mountain. Living beings were in dire straits. It needed to be dealt with. In Swimming Horse Sea area, coral seahorses were killing each other. Many seahorse kings were rioting. They needed to be suppressed. Joyous Separation Island's formation had not been repaired for a long time. The living beings on the island were greatly disrupted. Please repair the formation. Roundfish Island lacked rain. Please go there and rain for 3 days and 3 nights. The Gu immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones. For example, Thousand Soul Fog was a rank 7 soul path immortal material. It was very famous. For example, every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, and the Seahorse King was at least a desolate beast. Shen Zhao's eyes shined as he watched. He could not help but sigh. These are the missions that Gu immortals should accept. Those small-scale missions earlier were limited to mortals. Compared to these missions, they were simply too weak. Shen Zhao copied Fang Yuan and placed his palm on the obelisk, but his expression turned into one of shock. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. In order to accept these missions, I did not hesitate to spend 100 merit points. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals immediately pricked up their ears. In the end, Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Zhao was anxious. He cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Brother Chu, please enlighten me. Fang Yuan looked at him, his brows slightly raised as he said with slight mockery. Why should I tell you? Shen Zhao's expression froze. We made a deal. That's right. You want to ask me how I obtained such a large amount of merit points. I have already completed the transaction. I will tell you the reason. It is because I accepted these missions. As for how to accept these missions, that is another problem. Fang Yuan said. The immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songxing's expression turned grim. Shen clan's Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan angrily. Shen Zhao was stunned before laughing. But this time, his laughter was mixed with anger. Brother Chu, you really made a good deal. Just one question, and you obtained an unrivaled rank 7 immortal material in the world. Fang Yuan nodded. Shen clan's reputation is still the same. It is indeed unrivaled in the 5 regions. I made a profit from this transaction, but I did not intentionally deceive you, nor did I intentionally give you false information. I, Chuing, am not such a vile person. Fang Yuan still had a conscience and a bottom line, but this made the immortals here feel even more hatred. Shen Songxing's anger surged. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, but he was actually fooled by an unknown rank 7 lone immortal like Chuing. Where would his face go? Once we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I will definitely deal with you. Shen Songxing swore inwardly, but he laughed heartily. There was no trace of malice on his face as he clapped. Good, Chuing. You are able to discern the situation clearly and earn the reputation of Shen clan. That is your own ability. Don't worry. How can the Grand Shin clan pursue such a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me, what did you exchange for to accept these missions? The immortals looked at Fang Yuan with envy in their eyes. It was too easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Songxing's perspective, he had a huge business. He could exchange 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials for such precious information. This was definitely not a loss. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. I do not intend to sell this, you can all give it a try. Shen Songxing stared with wide eyes. Chuing, I hope you can consider it properly. Fang Yuan ignored him. White light flashed and he disappeared again. Shen Songxing's expression turned ashen. He could not find a way out. This Chuing, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songxing swore inwardly. This was the first time he had seen a rank 7 Gu immortal disregard him like this. Fang Yuan needed to maintain and expand his advantage on the merit board. This was beneficial to his overall plan. As for Shen Songxing's group, I don't believe they can unite. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not succeed in sowing dissension earlier because his method was superficial. But this time, he dug a trap. He did not need to worry that Shen Songxing would not jump in. From a certain perspective, Fang Yuan needed helpers. It was necessary to divide this group. He could complete mid-sized missions by himself, but above mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions. These missions often required different Gu immortals to cooperate and complete them together. Even though Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal subordinates in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this Dragon Whale Paradise Earth immortal venerables methods restricted this. It seemed that only Gu immortals who passed the outside world's test and were brought to this island while asleep had the qualifications to enter and complete missions here. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere under the merit obelisk became heavy. Because Shen Songxing had a very strong request, he forced the surrounding Gu immortals to expend their merit points to exchange for some suspicious rewards. Shen Songxing hoped to win the rewards that Fang Yuan exchanged for. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he would try it himself. Chapter 1909. Shen Songxing stared intently at the merit obelisk's surface. Even though he did not show it on the surface, he was indeed feeling slightly anxious now. As Shen clan's first supreme elder, he had a high status and authority. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be at the peak of Gu cultivation. But in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, his foundation was still inferior without any suspense. Fang Yuan could take on mid-sized missions. He had a huge advantage in competing for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing was forced to think of ways to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though he had a motive for coming here, Paradise Earth's true inheritance was right in front of him. He would not be satisfied if he did not try his best to obtain it. Thus, even though Shen Songxing knew that Fang Yuan was trying to sow discord, he still forced the other Gu immortals to try and exchange for the rewards. To ease the other Gu immortals' emotions, Shen Songxing even took out all sorts of immortal materials from his immortal aperture to compensate them. But it was clear which was more important between these immortal materials and Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Because of Shen Songxing's prestige, the immortals had no choice but to comply. The hatred in their hearts grew deeper. Shen Songxing lost the people's support. And even worse, the rewards that the immortals exchanged for could not be used for mid-sized missions. There are too many rewards on this list. Other than the rewards that I exchanged for earlier, there are 3 that are most likely. Shen Songxing felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After thinking about it, he used his merit points to exchange for one of the rewards. At the next moment, Shen Songxing's expression turned green. Not this. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He lost the gamble. His luck was really bad. This way, they spent almost all of their accumulated merit points. But the rewards that they exchanged for were not very useful. Even though they were useful. Don't tell me it's because of this good person title? Shen Songxing looked at the list and sighed deeply. There was no point in saying anything now. What he needed to do now was to make the most of his time and accumulate more merit points. so that he could continue exchanging. But before that, I need to appease the Gu immortals. Shen Songxing turned around and looked at the immortals. The immortals did not look too good either. Shen Songxing was quite eloquent. After speaking for a while, he took out another batch of immortal materials and gifted them to the immortals. Although the immortals received the immortal materials, their expressions only softened slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Shen Songxing had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This was the most important foundation for Shen Songxing's declining influence. Hua hua hua. The tide rose and fell, and the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, looking down at the sea market below him. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. Usually its location was fixed. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor and held the Eastern Sea banquet. From a certain perspective, it was a super large-scale sea market that included almost all of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Dragon Whale Paradise also had sea markets, and there were many of them. The sea market that Fang Yuan was observing had an island as the core, with countless fishing boat-type Gu houses surrounding the island. Half of the year, this island would be submerged by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. And because of its superior location, the island sea market became an indispensable trading place. Even if it was not open for half a year, as long as it was open, the surrounding Gu masters and forces would flock here. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this island. It was a place he had entered in his previous life. In his previous life, Xiao Lin was framed by a certain unscrupulous merchant on this island, and the mission that Fang Yuan received was to punish this unscrupulous merchant, so he saved Xiao Lin. In this life, Fang Yuan also received a mission and came here. But it was a mid-sized mission. It was completely different from the previous mission. The sea market was bustling. There were people moving about, there were humans and mermen. Come take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 Gu house river wheels left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. Xiao Lin appeared. She walked on the deck, observing the goods on the stalls as she moved towards the core island. Different from before, she was in high spirits, her eyes were shining brightly. After the baptism of life and death, and Fang Yuan's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation both inside and out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, covering the surrounding 100 li as he continued to probe. He sensed Xiao Lin's presence the moment she appeared. Fang Yuan did not approach Xiao Lin. He continued to investigate the interior of the island and the depths of the sea. An immortal-grade grand array gradually appeared within his senses. Fang Yuan saw this and praised in his mind. This immortal formation structure was very exquisite. It was an earth path and water path formation. It was used to maintain the island, manage the surrounding sea currents, and improve the environment of the entire sea area. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was corroded while the water path portion did not change much. Originally, earth path and water path were balanced, but now that earth path was weakened, water path was stronger. The island's sea market was open all year round, but because the formation was damaged, the island would be submerged in water for half a year. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to repair this formation. Fang Yuan's ability was still lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad. It was at Grandmaster level. But to use natural Dao marks to set up a formation, he needed to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but his earth path attainment level was only at Master. And this formation needed to be repaired in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is the work of a certain formation path Great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan analyzed. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did it personally, it would definitely have the style and scale of the Gu formation in Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the rest found that they were not the first batch of Gu immortals to enter Dragon Whale Paradise. There were predecessors who came here to accept missions and earn merit points. Evidently, This formation that Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. No need to be anxious. Looking at the time, Wu Shuai's clone should have some gains soon. Fang Yuan continued to investigate and passed the information to the time path clone for deduction, while concealing his figure and quietly descending, following behind Xiaolin as he blended into the crowd. Xiaolin entered a gambling den. The stone gambling den had the words Golden Jade House written on it. It was a high-level gambling den for mortals. The hall of the gambling den had dozens of huge rocks on display, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all kinds of rock-dissecting goo worms. They could satisfy the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. I am here to return the money. Xiaolin took out an information path mortal goo. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. To bury her grandfather at sea, she had to borrow yuan stone on credit. And to repay the debt, she had to take the risk to collect black oil. She almost died in the earth trench black oil. After meeting Fang Yuan, Xiaolin profited from the disaster. Not only was she saved, her strength also rose drastically. Like in the previous life, Xiaolin obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply. She soon obtained a large amount of yuan stone from selling the oil. The one who received her was a scarred merman. After receiving this information path mortal goo, he smiled sinisterly. Little girl, you must have seen wrongly. Our agreement was not this. Xiaolin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding goo masters were familiar with Golden Jade House's methods. Seeing this, they shook their heads. Sigh, another goo master who was scammed. Xiaolin negotiated with the other party for a while before reacting. You shameless scoundrel. You actually tampered with the agreement. The loan we agreed on only had 10% interest. But now, you secretly increased it by 60%. Her face was flushed red, she was very angry. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xiaolin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, little girl. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about their reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Will you be able to bear the losses caused here? Pfft. Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed, he said eerily. Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of living a life worse than death is more terrifying. Xiaolin's eyes shined with a sharp light. I will fight you to the death. She let out a delicate shout and suddenly attacked. Swoosh. With a loud sound, a torrent of water shot out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. An inexperienced girl actually attacked him. A rank 3, at the same time, in Golden Jade House, his territory. The scarred merman was caught off guard. He was sent flying by the torrent of water, crashing into 2 walls, and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing rocks, dissecting them, and gambling on them came to the hall. A large number of gazes landed on Xiaolin and the scarred merman. What happened? What happened? The scarred merman fell on a pile of rubble. He looked at Xiaolin with disbelief and extreme hatred. He wanted to stand up, but he could only raise his finger with difficulty. Then with a thud he stopped breathing. Dead, he died. Oh heavens, who is this little girl? She actually killed the merman in one go. The one who died was a rank 3 goo master. The entire place went into an uproar. The goo masters were shocked. Xiaolin was also surprised at this situation. She only had rank 2 cultivation level. But the goo worms and killer moves that Fang Yuan gave her were all of extreme quality. Xiaolin used these goo worms to form a rank 2 killer move to kill a rank 3 goo master in one hit. The merman girl was also stunned. She was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The merman girl heard this and her eyes shined. She was overjoyed. Chapter 1910. Sightseeing Blessed Land. The palace was deep. There were countless buildings. The shade of the trees was dense. The summer cicadas were singing. The palace doors opened. The Featherman girls along the way knelt on the ground. They respectfully welcomed the owner of this palace, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's expression was ugly. She had a gloomy expression. After being in close cultivation for a long time, she tried all sorts of methods, but she could not advance from rank 5 to rank 6. All methods had been used. There was only one way left: to buy the rank 6 second aperture immortal goo from Feng Yuan. As Xia Clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level, but during the battle in the River of Time, she was captured by Feng Yuan. Even though she survived, her rank 8 immortal aperture was taken away by Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan let Xia Cha go, he took the chance to sell second aperture goo, extorting Southern Border's super forces using another method. Xia Cha thus obtained the opportunity to recultivate. She was like a drowning person who saw her only hope. She grabbed onto it tightly. Xia Cha had already cultivated to rank 5, but she was stuck at the most crucial step: immortal ascension. Her countless attempts at immortal ascension had all failed. Sigh. Xia Cha sighed. She finally understood reality. Prepare clean water for me to wash up. Also spread the news that I have come out of closed cultivation. Call second and third supreme elder here. Xia Cha instructed the featherman maid beside her. However, after a full hour, Xia Cha still did not see the second and third grand elders. Instead, they sent back a message saying that they each had important matters to attend to and could not come. These two old fools. Xia Cha cursed in her heart. A chill crept into her heart. Even though she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when this day truly arrived, she still felt a chill in her heart. She had once been in charge of Xia Clan. She had done all sorts of things for them. She could make decisions in all matters. But now, she was only a rank 5 cripple. She had to submit to others. Once upon a time, Xia Clan's second and third supreme elder had to follow Xia Cha's lead. In fact, their rise in current status were all because of Xia Cha's nurturing. It seems like these two old men are also going to establish their own sections. Xia Cha looked at the empty hall and sighed in her heart. There wasn't much anger in her heart, but more of helplessness and sorrow. Call them ungrateful? It was not accurate. In fact, Xia Cha understood the choices of these Xia Clan Gu immortals. Because of her, the Xia family had been extorted by Feng Yuan too harshly. Their treasury was in a huge deficit. After painstakingly managing and accumulating the treasury for so many years, it was equivalent to letting Feng Yuan look after the treasury. Even if Xia Cha wanted to recultivate, she would have to start step by step. The resources consumed in the long process would inevitably be a huge figure. Should he give these resources to Xia Cha, or keep them for himself? After the initial panic and hesitation, Xia Clan's Gu immortals started to form a tacit understanding. Xia Cha's title of First Supreme Elder had completely become an empty title. Rank 5 cultivation was simply not enough to become a Gu immortal. Xia Cha thought about it for a while before taking out an information path mortal Gu and handing it to the featherman maid, asking her to bring it to Second Supreme Elder. But in the evening, Second Supreme Elder's reply made Xia Cha furious again. Even the reputation of First Supreme Elder is worthless now. Xia Cha gritted her teeth. It turned out that she was willing to complete a transaction with Second Supreme Elder in the information path mortal Gu. In this transaction, Xia Cha was willing to give up her title of First Supreme Elder and hand over her position to Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder could rightfully ascend to the highest position of authority in Xia Clan. The price he had to pay was a sum of cultivation resources. But Xia Clan's Second Supreme Elder did not accept it. He rejected it politely. Evidently, he had already reached an agreement with Third Supreme Elder. They were prepared to make Xia Cha a mere figurehead and let her continue to be the First Supreme Elder. Xia Clan's situation was different from Ba Clan. Ba Clan's Ba Shir Ba had the same experience as Xia Cha. He had already stepped down from his position as First Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu Immortal Bada took over. Meanwhile, Xia Clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chun Yuan, these two Supreme Elders, only had rank 7 cultivation level, and they cultivated Earth Path. Many years ago, when Xia Cha first gained authority, she was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal yet. To control Xia Clan, she nurtured Xia Zhao and Xia Chun Yuan. using them to resist Xia clan's old forces. Right now, Xia Chao's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Zhao and Xia Qinyuan had high authority. They had different thoughts. But in the righteous path, they did not dare to touch Xia Cha, who they were indebted to. They would rather place the title of the first supreme elder on Xia Cha than let their own reputation be tarnished. Xia Cha knew that her influence in Xia clan had fallen to a dangerous level, and it was falling faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely ostracized by Xia clan's higher-ups. However, she could not break free from this predicament, because she did not have the capital to negotiate or make transactions. Xia Cha's situation was not an exception, it was the norm. The direction of Southern Border's righteous path had changed. The person who played the most important role here was Wu clan's Wu Yong. He used the celestial court, while using his own methods, to raise his reputation and influence in Southern Border's righteous path. The fall of veteran rank 8s like Xia Cha and Ba Shirba gave him a rare opportunity. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared, the virtue paradise behind him did not just consist of humans, it also included a large number of mushroom men. This was a natural political shortcoming in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong made full use of it. Lu Wei-yin could not obstruct Wu Yong. Wu Yong's influence in the Southern Alliance was growing day by day. There was already a voice in the Southern Alliance that was getting louder and louder. Wu Yong was the main advocate. He advocated for the Southern Alliance to resist Fang Yuan and not accept his extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. Southern Border's righteous path forces had almost all taken back their hostages. They were also hurt by Fang Yuan's extortion. Southern Border's Gu Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with a more active attitude. Wu Yong was making use of the righteous path Gu Immortals' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body and Qi Chuyu moved side by side. A secret transaction regarding dream realms had just ended. Lord Qi, let's stop here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone created from a dream realm. He had Gu immortal cultivation level, and would self-detonate into a lump of dream realms after the time limit was reached. Qi Chuyu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, I am not trying to make things difficult, but the risk of this transaction has increased. The situation is so tense now. Once this matter is exposed, our Qi clan's reputation will be ruined. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone snorted coldly in his heart. Qi Chuyu raised the price. He was no longer satisfied with the previous price. The reason was that Southern Border's righteous path was putting more and more effort into dealing with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong was uniting more and more Southern Border righteous path members. This reason was bullshit. The true reason was that Qi Chuyu was using this opportunity to increase his appetite. He wanted to obtain more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted the dream realms, but extorting Southern Border's righteous path was getting harder. Qi clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction had become the main channel. Qi clan controlled the dream realm formation. They were the only clan in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by cooperating with Qi clan. I will explain this to my main body. The dream path clone said this before flying away. Qi Chuyu stayed on the spot, watching as Fang Yuan's dream path clone vanished into the horizon. His expression turned cold as he snorted and left. He had thought of attacking the dream path clone, but he did not have dream path methods to deal with dream path Gu immortals. Furthermore, he was wary that Fang Yuan's main body might be lying in ambush nearby. Fang Yuan's main body was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wu Shuai was already nearby with Dragon Palace. If Qi Chuyu attacked, he would not be able to gain anything. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone quickly returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation level, but after the time limit was up, it would break apart and turn into a lump of dream realms. Qi clan's old man's transaction is over, unless we raise the price. The dream path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out several dream path clones. This batch of dream realms is probably the last batch we can get. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu did not have any alliance agreement between them. Qi Chuyu raised the price at the last minute. He even used southern borders situation. A great enemy lies ahead. Once we get past this hurdle, the Qi clan is nothing, Wu Shuai said. Right now he could not attack casually. If he attacked too many times, the Celestial Court might notice the true relationship between Wu Shuai's clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be left for the Celestial Court. Using it on Qi Chuyu was like using a sledgehammer on a chicken. Rather than dealing with Qi clan, it was more efficient to attack the formation. In fact, if Fang Yuan's main body stayed in Eastern Sea, with just Wu Shuai's strength, they could deal with Qi clan. But exposing these trump cards in advance, the Celestial Court would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Moreover, if Southern Border preserved its strength, it would cause more trouble for the Celestial Court in the future. Directly killing the enemy, even though it was efficient, could not gain the greatest benefits. For example, after Fang Yuan released Xia Cha, Ba Ba, and the rest, these people were already being ostracized and neglected by their clans. Fang Yuan would secretly help them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. But without Fang Yuan, they could not rely on others. And Fang Yuan needed these people to be his eyes and ears, to be placed among Southern Border's righteous path forces, so that he could maintain a certain amount of influence in Southern Border. But currently, Fang Yuan lacked some methods to restrain them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already deducing it day and night. Boom boom boom. With a series of dull sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that merged into one. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Chapter 1911. The world was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled. Scarlet lightning flashed within the rumbling dark clouds. The dark clouds created a whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool, lightning balls fell. These lightning balls had a strange shape. They were like porcelain. They were as large as water tanks and shined with red light. Grand Tribulation. Red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. The lightning balls landed and exploded with a crisp sound. On the ground, an immortal goo house was silently enduring the damage from the lightning balls. Large amounts of debris flew in the air, turning back into countless goo worm corpses. Inside the immortal goo house, Wu Shuai endured the rumbling thunder as he inspected himself. He found that he was now an Earth Path rank 8 goo immortal. His fingers were wide and his body was muscular. His battle robe was covered in injuries. Not far away from him, a female immortal was lying on the ground. Her face was pale. Her aura was not only weak but also strange. She was activating a certain light path healing killer move. Her body was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs, and feet, there were lines of dark Dao marks that looked like ink lines. These dark path Dao marks were so dense. They were at the level of rank 9 immortal materials. They formed a halo of Dao marks that goo immortals could see with their naked eyes. The female immortal's cultivation level was clearly rank 8. A rank 8 light path goo immortal actually had such a large number of dark path Dao marks. Wu Shuai was truly surprised. Even more strangely, the dark path Dao marks on the female immortal were still changing. Not only were their numbers increasing, their positions and arrangement were also changing rapidly. The female immortal grunted. The killer move's activation had ended. The halo on her body stabilized. The dark path Dao marks changes were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was covered in sweat. She opened her weak eyes and looked at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I am beyond saving. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress my injuries. When the killer move's time limit is up, my injuries will erupt with terrifying power. Oh Xingyang, my true love, I cannot stay by your side anymore. You need to live on. The female immortal said as tears flowed down her face. No, there must be a way, there must be. Don't give up hope. This peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress of mine used up all of my immortal goo. Its defensive power is number one since ancient times. We still have time. You have to continue working hard. I will always be by your side. Wu Shuai roared with tears in his eyes. Of course, this was the natural evolution of the dream, and was not controlled by him. However, after this conversation, Wu Shuai truly gained control. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress? I've never heard of it before. Wu Shuai's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the short conversation that he had just heard, searching for clues. He inspected his immortal aperture. There was a lot of white lychee immortal essence in the immortal aperture, as well as a large number of mortal goo, but no immortal goo. Like Zheng Yang said earlier, he used all of his immortal goo to construct this rank 8 immortal goo house Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. That is to say, I am mainly relying on this damaged immortal goo house? Wu Shuai immediately understood. He tried to control this immortal goo house. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a complex structure. It used up to 100 million goo worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal goo. Wu Shuai had just started to interact with it, but he could not tell which one was the core immortal goo. These immortal goo were placed in an ingenious position and had a mysterious relationship. The entire immortal goo house's design was deep and profound. It was like a grand mountain range that stretched for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. There were layers of or veins in the mountain range. There were all kinds of them intertwined with each other. Wu Shuai was like a mortal goo master who wanted to mine in this mountain range. He had to dig out the minerals he wanted and understand the relationship between these or veins. Just understanding this immortal goo house is too difficult. And I need to rely on this immortal goo house to resist the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that he was going to fail. As expected, the development of the dream realm went as he expected. The red porcelain lightning ball continued to explode. Wu Shuai tried to activate the immortal goo house and repair it. But it was no use. He had too little understanding of this immortal goo house. Even if he wanted to repair it, he did not know where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning ball destroyed the immortal goo house. Along with Wu Shuai and the female immortal, they became victims of the lightning tribulation. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai immediately healed himself. This time, Feng Yuan's main body explored Dragon Whale Paradise. He had made ample preparations and arrangements before he left. Not only did he give Wu Shuai the dream path goo worms, he also gave a large number of guts goo. With guts goo, Wu Shuai's injuries were no longer a problem. This dream realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace dream realm. Wu Shuai had many chances to redo it. The second failure, the third failure, the fourth failure, the fifth failure. After 8 attempts, Wu Shuai finally had a clear understanding of this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Even though he did not completely repair this immortal goo house, Wu Shuai's efficiency was already comparable to the red porcelain lightning ball's bombardment. Black clouds rumbled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls became sparser and sparser, until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was brewing. The female immortal sighed. Sigh. It is all my fault for not listening to your advice. I went to search for reckless savage demon venerable's burial ground, causing this curse to happen continuously. Serves me right. Zheng Yang, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you. The light on the female immortal's body had clearly dimmed, and those dark path Dao marks were closely arranged. They were like pieces of black thread sewing wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened greatly. Her aura was even stranger. Not only were light and dark paths intertwined, an Adam's apple was growing on her neck. Before Wu Shuai could analyze the female immortal's situation, light rain started to fall from the sky. Even though the rain was small, it was bone-chilling. It had a coldness that could freeze one's soul. The heat and violence from the lightning ball's bombardment disappeared without a trace. Howl, 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 mournful ghostly howls grew louder and louder. They quickly soared into the sky. Numerous gray threads descended from the dark clouds in the sky, and rapidly extended towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is a grand tribulation. Ghost Spirit Ice Silkworm Tribulation. One grand tribulation after another. It seems like it will not stop. Wuxia had no choice but to resist the silk. The red porcelain lightning balls exploded fiercely, while the ghost spirit silk was soft and crafty. Wuxia had no offensive methods. He did not know much about the immortal goo house peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. At least, he had not found any offensive methods yet. Thus, Wuxia could only watch as the silk stretched towards him, entering through the immortal goo house's cracks and gaps. Wuxia tried to resist, but peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was already completely penetrated by the silk. It lasted for a while before collapsing. The silk wrapped around the female immortal. It also attacked Wuxia, wrapping the two of them into a solid white cocoon. At the next moment, Wuxia was expelled from the dream realm. This time, he suffered heavy injuries, his vision turned black, he gulped as he retched, he almost fainted. I failed the ghost spirit silk tribulation. My injuries are 10 times more severe than before. Wuxia smiled bitterly. With such injuries, he could only rest and recover. He had to postpone his plans. These injuries were only light injuries to Feng Yuan's main body. They were not severe. He could even continue exploring dream realms. But it was different for Wuxia's clone. Wuxia's clone's soul foundation was at 30 million man soul. Even though he cultivated an Eastern Sea, it could not compare to the main body. Wuxia was a dragon man. He cultivated enslavement path. His soul path cultivation was only supplementary. If his soul foundation was too strong, he would have too many soul path Dao marks. It would restrict his enslavement path development. And Feng Yuan's main body had the sovereign immortal body. He had non-conflicting Dao marks. His soul path and other paths were not restricted. Wuxia rested for a long time before moving out again. After repeated failures and challenges, Wuxia's situation was very difficult. He did not have a time path clone to deduce. Even though he had Dragon Palace, Dreamy Light Smoke had no use in exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the recovery ability of Guts Goo. As he progressed, Wuxia finally had some progress. He roughly investigated Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Wuxia finally grasped the 3 killer moves of this immortal goo house. The first was called Accumulating Soil Mountain. The second was called Resting in the Ground. And the last was called Making a Comeback. What broadened Wuxia's horizons was the first killer move Accumulating Soil Mountain. This killer move was very unique. It was not used for offense, movement, healing, or other abilities. It was an Earth Path killer move that had formation path effects. Using this killer move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo Worms and make them form an immortal Goo House. Even if the Goo Immortal using this killer move had no formation path attainment level. Because of this killer move, this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created. Grasping this killer move meant grasping the foundation of this immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. No wonder Wuxia could not find the core immortal goo. The core of this immortal goo house was not an immortal goo, but this immortal killer move Accumulating Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and scatter Earth Path Goo Worms into the immortal goo house to repair it. After understanding this, Wuxia endured the Ghost Spirit Silk Tribulation and repaired Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Boom! The moment he repaired it, the female immortal self-detonated. The power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the Grand Tribulation. Not only did it destroy Wuxia, the entire immortal goo house was also torn into countless pieces. Thus, I need to take care of this female immortal. After understanding this, Wuxia entered the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Peaceful Burial. Using this method, the female immortal suffered a benign seal. Her injuries were suppressed, and she was continuously healed by the immortal goo house. When Wuxia finished repairing the immortal goo house, the third grand tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was the combination of Poison Path and Star Path Tribulation. Corrosive Purple Star Tribulation. The purple stars continued to fall, landing on the immortal goo house and creating holes from corrosion. Wuxia tried his best to repair it, but he failed again and again. This grand tribulation did not stop. The third grand tribulation seems to be endless. This is not normal. Could it be? After many failures, Wuxia had a flash of inspiration. He tried to undo the female immortal's seal. Without the suppression of peaceful burial, the female immortal was on the verge of self-detonation again. Zhengyang, if there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. Goodbye, my Tao companion. While Wuxia was resisting the grand tribulation with difficulty, she suddenly flew out of the immortal goo house's hole. Boom! She self-detonated, turning into a lump of pitch-black fire that burned intensely with a terrifying aura. The heavenly Tao seemed to be enraged. At once, countless purple stars shot down. The black fire was not huge, but after being attacked by these poisoned stars, it became extremely tough. Even though it was shrinking, the extent was minuscule. Seeing that this grand tribulation was not going to work, the black clouds in the sky changed again. Countless lightning snakes shot down. The black fire was instantly bombarded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The black fire, however, seemed to have taken a huge tonic. Its body expanded to the size of a small mountain. But the black fire's form had completely changed. It turned into a white gold mist. The grand tribulation in the sky continued to change, attacking the white gold mist. The mist also continued to change, turning into wind at times, rocks at times, flowers, birds, and beasts at times. What is this female immortal hiding in her body? So many grand tribulations are actually unable to do anything to her. Wuxia was shocked. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm recorded a certain secret. This secret was likely related to the Venerable's cause of death. It was related to the deepest mystery of heaven and earth. The female immortal died, but Wuxia's dream realm continued. He had to survive this terrifying shockwave. He could only rely on peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Eventually, after countless grand tribulations descended, that strange black fire was finally extinguished bit by bit. Even the last bit of residue lasted for an hour under the suppression of the grand tribulation. What in the world is this thing? The dream realm dissipated, but Wuxia was still in shock. He had invested so much, but his gains were also shocking. Almost at the same time as the dream realm dissipated, Feng Yuan's main body in Dragon Whale Paradise's eyes brightened. Chapter 1912. Island Golden Jade House. Little girl, why did you invite us here? Speak quickly, I still have things to do. That's right, the sea market only opens for this period of time every year. Wasting time is a waste of wealth. Many Gu masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled girl, Xiaolin, speaking one after another. They were getting impatient from waiting. Xiaolin looked around and smiled. Everyone here is a reputable person. I will make it short. From today onwards, this island is my territory and is under my control. If you want to do business here, I welcome you. But you need to pay taxes and cannot stay on the island for long. As for who can stay here for long, that is to join me and become my subordinates. The house immediately went silent. Shortly after, the Gu masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The several rank 3 Gu masters, who were leading the group, had unhappy expressions. Little girl, you're too daring. Juniors nowadays, TSK, they really don't know their limits. Do you really think you can shoot your mouth off just because you killed a rank 3 Gu master? Don't forget, you are only a rank 2 Gu master. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Xiaolin was anxious, but remembering that it was Master Chu's order, she forced a smile and said, Everyone, you don't have to worry too much, you will know what I am relying on next. What is it? Someone immediately asked. Xiaolin was still smiling, because even if she said that, she did not know what it was. But right at this time, the ground started shaking. What's going on? Someone screamed, because the shaking was getting stronger. An earthquake. The Gu masters were bewildered and panicked. Fortunately, this Golden Jade House was a Gu house. It had some defensive properties. But the outside world was already in chaos. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. No, I need to go back and defend my shop. I am leaving too. The Gu masters ran out of the house, but a thick yellow light suddenly rose from the ground. The yellow light covered the whole island, It also blocked the entrance of the goo house. No matter what method the goo masters used, they could not break through the yellow light. They were shocked. What is going on? This is no ordinary tremor. Xiaolin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xiaolin was still smiling. An idea flashed in his mind as he screamed. Thus, all the goo masters in the room focused their gazes on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was also shocked. But at this moment, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard, guiding her to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This change is beneficial to all of you. There's no point in talking too much. Everyone just watch carefully. This change won't last long. Xiaolin was still keeping them in suspense, but the goo masters did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This was obviously not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. What kind of person could do this? Of course he wasn't immortal. A name appeared in the goo masters' minds at the same time. Immortal. This was indeed the work of an immortal. To be precise, Feng Yuan was repairing the immortal array at the bottom of the sea. He took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them into the formation, activating killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged on the island and spread in all directions. New pieces of land around the island appeared in the yellow light. The ships that were surrounding the island started to run aground. The people on the ships screamed, but they were locked in place by the yellow light, unable to move. As the yellow light faded, the entire island's area expanded by more than double. At the edge of the new island, huge waves surged, countless fishes, prawns, and sea beasts appeared. This was the part where Feng Yuan started to adjust the water path after repairing the earth path formation. Finally, when he finished repairing this immortal formation, the huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. But Feng Yuan did not stop. Then, he added a small and exquisite subsidiary immortal array on top of the foundation of this great array. After the small formation was set up, he waved his hand and lent the small formation to Xiaolin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xiaolin. Next, the white light fused into Xiaolin's body. Xiaolin did not have formation path attainment, but this small formation that Feng Yuan designed was very approachable. Xiaolin immediately felt that she had gained many instincts. This instinct was as natural as breathing or moving her legs. She could move the land and the surrounding seawater with her thoughts. Rumble, 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 with a muffled sound, the entire golden jade house started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned from a small house into a beautiful palace. This was naturally Feng Yuan's doing. He expanded golden jade house and turned it into a formation core, secretly connecting with the formation in the depths of the sea. This series of shocking changes made all the goo masters present dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Xiaolin had a smile on her face, but in truth, she was also extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's words entered her ears again. She spoke according to the script. Everyone, you have seen it with your own eyes. I will not hide it from you. I was favored by Master Immortal, and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Master Immortal has just set up an immortal formation, and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of the mortal affairs. Saying so, Xiaolin willed. Yellow light surged and engulfed all the goo masters present. Xiaolin willed again. The goo masters cried out in shock. They were suppressed by the yellow light, and could not move. They were lifted into the air without any ability to retaliate. Xiaolin smiled. The yellow light dissipated, and these goo masters were put down. This. Immortal world, this is an immortal world. So there really are immortals in this world. May I be so bold to ask Lady Xiaolin, why did Master Immortal set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what his thoughts are? Xiaolin only smiled. She had also just found out that Master Chu was an immortal. The shock in her heart was no less than the others. Now, does anyone have anything to say about my previous suggestion? Xiaolin looked around and asked warmly. How could the goo masters dare to question her again? They lowered their heads, and some even knelt on the ground, expressing that they wanted to submit to Xiaolin, while some wanted to become Feng Yuan's disciple. Xiaolin could only appease them one by one. Feng Yuan's divine sense only circled around Xiaolin once. After giving some instructions, he left her alone. Although there were immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it in his previous life or this life, Feng Yuan had not seen a single native immortal. Legends about immortals had always been circulating in the mortal world, but they were just rumors. This time, Feng Yuan displayed the immortal world and set up an immortal formation, leaving behind many things for Xiaolin. Soon, countless people heard the news and rushed over. Some of them were here to admire the immortals, while others were here to join Xiaolin. In the previous life, Feng Yuan helped Xiaolin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he directly made a move in advance and supported Xiaolin's force first. In the following period of time, Xiaolin would deal with various forces and Gu master experts. She would establish her own force according to Feng Yuan's instructions. Even if she did something wrong, there was still a will left behind by Feng Yuan in the formation to guide her and help her fill in the gaps. Regarding Xiaolin's investment, it was not even a drop in the ocean. What truly made Feng Yuan pay a price was repairing the underwater formation. Feng Yuan's earth path attainment level had increased. It made up for his shortcomings, and he quickly found a good method to repair it. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He could not use natural Dao marks yet, so he used immortal materials. These immortal materials that were placed here were his greatest expenditure. Mid-sized missions not only had higher difficulty, they also needed the Gu immortal to pay a price. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Feng Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points. This was the highest reward for a mid-sized mission. His performance in setting up the formation was perfect. Thus, he completely occupied the first place on the merit board. The sudden increase of 100 merit points made others feel discouraged. This time, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He started to study the merit board. His earth path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal Gu house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, could he create a loophole in the merit obelisk and refine this immortal Gu house? Earlier, Feng Yuan followed the rules, but that could not be helped. Deep down, he had never given up on the merit obelisk. After a while, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. The merit obelisk had the profundity of earth path, but it also included sound path, human path, and heaven path. In terms of composition, earth path and sound path were only supplementary. The true core was human path and heaven path. If I want to comprehend it thoroughly, I would need to be at least great grandmaster in each of these 4 paths to have any hope. After realizing this, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Refining the merit obelisk in a short period of time was an unrealistic hope. But it made sense. Before Feng Yuan, who knew how many Gu immortals had come here, these predecessors definitely had their own strengths, but they could not do anything to this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Feng Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not strong. How could he easily refine this rank 8 immortal Gu house? There was no breakthrough in this aspect, so Feng Yuan could only follow the usual routine and continue to accept and complete missions according to the rules. When his merit points reached over 900, Shen Xiao shouted excitedly under the merit obelisk. I finally found it. So it was this is the title of this good person. At this moment, Shen Zhao's eyes were brimming with tears. He could not wait to report this discovery to Shen Songsheng. Soon, Shen clan's Gu immortals experienced a surge in merit points. Following them were Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and the rest. 4 echelons appeared on the merit list. The first group was Feng Yuan. He was the only one in the lead. The second group was led by Shen Songsheng. Shen clan's Gu immortals were chasing after him. The third group was Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. As Shen clan's subordinates, Shen clan's Gu immortals only told them this secret after some time. The fourth group was led by Miao Ming Shen and the rest. They had not discovered anything yet. After completing another mission, Feng Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board and smiled internally. They finally found the title of good person? These people are really unlucky. Maybe it is because of my luck suppression. He came to the obelisk and started to exchange for his reward. After spending 1,000 merit points, Feng Yuan obtained the title of very good person. Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 Gu immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Mingshun's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beasts shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it! Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red threads shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow Euro bees. Feng Jiang's immortal aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow Euro bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's immortal aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his immortal aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow Euro bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow Euro bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow Euro bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, the yellow Euro bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. It was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake. Large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers? Or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair, and affecting the whole body. Moreover, there were many sea beasts in this sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission, and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting. I did not reach 100 merit points. It seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island. I did not touch the surrounding sea area. This was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Feng Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingshun's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title. He could take on mid-sized missions. Right now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content. More importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points, he could not take back the yellow Euro bees. Of course, this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal goo after accumulating 10,000 merit points. This transaction was definitely worth it, because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees. This mission is suitable for me, but I only gain 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation. Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast. Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Feng Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Feng Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him. He would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed. Feng Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chuing. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Feng Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merit suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people, and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once. Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title, so I can take on higher ranked missions. Feng Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Feng Yuan nodded. He walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the third good person title. His merit points fell by 500. He was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was very curious about Feng Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful. Feng Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Feng Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time, they should be back by now. Feng Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side. He did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that the they Feng Yuan was referring to Miao Ming Shun, and the rest he replied. Should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Ming Shun's group. He had already completed his mission, and the other three would be back soon. Feng Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Ming Shun and the rest returned soon and saw Feng Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Ming Shun and the rest. Miao Ming Shun had a thought. The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions. The good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same. Knowing the good person title, the secret of the good person title is actually not a secret. You can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Ming Shun was still very grateful to Feng Yuan. Because before this, Feng Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shun family, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Songsheng. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Songsheng and the rest. The distance is enough for us to leave safely. Feng Yuan lied, but Miao Ming Shun and the rest were shocked. Gui Qi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Yes. Feng Yuan nodded. He did not know about it. Miao Ming Shun and the rest believed him. Why? Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Shen Songsheng. He was courting death. He was so fearless. He definitely had something to rely on. Feng Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone. I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Ming Shun and the rest. Miao Ming Shun and the rest were shaken. They received the mission information at the same time. Their expressions changed. There was such a thing. In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Ming Shun himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult. If they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased. In the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Ming Shun could choose to accept it or not. Feng Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Ming Shun only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission. He felt the same as Feng Jiang. Feng Yuan cultivated all paths. That was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Ming Shun and the rest were normal Gu Immortals. They only cultivated one path. Most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Feng Yuan, Miao Ming Shun, and the rest from the merit obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission. They looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Feng Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Ming Shun and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Ming Shun and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent. Thousands of waves were set off. Countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island. There were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island. There were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island. It was faintly discernible. It seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island. They did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island. The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. The island was always shrouded in darkness. Every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current. It was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger. The pillars under the island were already damaged. After a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable. It had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of this sea area, and restoring the 5-island chain of the past. This was the content of this large-scale mission. Fang Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the 5-island chain as the core. It formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fang Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingshun and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission? The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Huadai's heart sank. Feng Zhang's expression was ugly, he thought to himself. I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the 5 islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea, and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without wisdom path Gu immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gui Qi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingshun was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission. I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingshun and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fang Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingshun could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fang Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingshun. Brother Miao, I have a plan. Follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingshun was stunned. Even though he did not believe it, he did not retort, he nodded. Brother Chu, please instruct us, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. We will work together to complete this mission. It will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingshun sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence. He could only pin his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shen Songsheng. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gui Qiyi, please station yourself on Sword Wind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Huadai, Please guard Jade Island and White Bone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshun's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated. It no longer drifted with the current. Its drifting speed decreased sharply. It was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fang Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology. It is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chuang want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist. Dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the Five Islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out. His speed was so fast that Miao Mingshun and the rest were surprised. Fang Yuan entered White Bone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's subformation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock. She could not close it. Chuang can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path Gu immortal. He is a formation path Gu immortal. No, that's not right. Back then, he defeated Gu 1 and saved us. He clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates two paths? It was rare for Gu immortals to cultivate two paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. White Bone Island subformation was set up. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. So he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us, because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. But Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method. But the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The Gu formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the Gu formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingshun and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight, and the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingshun and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal Gu like carrier pigeon Gu. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingshun and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Ming Shun and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Feng Yuan floated in the sky, activating the Gu formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The Gu formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Ming Shun and the rest's expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Feng Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone please guard the islands. During this period, if there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Feng Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Ming Shun and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed. The 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Ming Shun, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure. He became nervous. He was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Ming Shun immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was Immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her, and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Ming Shun and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Feng Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Ming Shun and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't chewing a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Feng Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Feng Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the Gu immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone. They almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly. The immortal formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 Gu immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their hearts. They never expected Feng Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands, while helping the immortal formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Ming Shun and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Feng Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback. Instead, making full use of the impact currents, the disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Ming Shun and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation. Even water-path Gu immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the immortal formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Feng Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the immortal formation. Chapter 1915. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Feng Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Feng Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Feng Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Feng Yuan negotiated with Miao Ming Shun. Feng Jiang and Fairy Huadai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Feng Yuan, Miao Ming Shun, and Gue Qiyi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts, and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths. He had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiaoping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Feng Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought. Why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Feng Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping with a smile. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. He did not know how to respond to Feng Yuan's unexpected attitude. Feng Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Feng Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Ming Shun and Gue Qiyi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping witnessed the entire process. His expression turned grim. The mission that Chuing took is completely different from mine. It is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title. He can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions. Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that Gu immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult. Large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiaoping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Ming Shun and Gue Qiyi working together with Chuing? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiaoping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult. But if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chuing is doing? Ren Xiaoping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Feng Yuan's intentions. Feng Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Ming Shun's group could be fought over. Why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? The hatred from before? Hehe. Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiaoping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the Merit Obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the Gu immortal. Even without Feng Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission. But it was not a problem for Feng Yuan. After spending some effort, Feng Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Ming Shun and Gue Qiyi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the Merit Obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Fang Yuan obtained more than 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshen's group had varying amounts of merit points. They were all around 80. Fang Yuan looked at the changes on the merit board and calculated. This large-sized mission had a total of 973 merit points. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest split the 900 merit points. Fang Yuan, who was the leader, had the majority. 500 merit points was about the same as when he completed the large-sized mission alone. However, the amount of time and effort that Fang Yuan spent was greatly reduced. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they first helped Fang Yuan resist the waves, then took care of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. They only had to spend some immortal essence, time and effort, but they could obtain more than 80 merit points. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission that he completed alone. He used a group of bees, including the desolate beast yellow Euro bees, but he only obtained 80 merit points. Comparing the two, it was much easier to complete the large-sized mission with Fang Yuan. The rewards were much greater. Go and meet up with Miao Mingshen and the rest. We will complete the second mission together. I suggest that we take a team title together. With a team title, we can communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A team title was not cheap. It required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai did not hesitate. They listened to Fang Yuan's suggestion and took the title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai teleported out to meet up with Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi. Fang Yuan then took the third large-sized mission and left first. Miao Mingshen and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the receiving island. The four immortals' merit points on the merit board increased slightly. Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi also spent their merit points to take the team title. The four immortals could communicate with Fang Yuan at any time. Fang Yuan happened to open up the situation on the other side, so he shared the mission with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest placed their hands on the obelisk and took the mission that Fang Yuan shared with them. Miao Mingshen and the rest teleported to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan gave them some pointers before returning to the merit obelisk to look at the next mission. Fang Yuan's advantage of cultivating all paths was fully displayed here. Many of the missions were difficult to complete even for Shen Songsheng, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, most of the missions had a solution. What he needed to do was to filter these missions and prioritize the missions with the highest rewards. With the cooperation of Miao Mingshen and the rest, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and energy. Miao Mingshen and the rest also hugged onto Fang Yuan's thick thighs. Their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Songsheng, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Mingshen and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the immortals. Such a huge realization made the immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal goo can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for chewing, it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange. How can Chewing complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Mingshen and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know Chewing? The immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Songsheng sighed. He had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Songsheng's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, but he could not compare to 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then, my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person. But what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shen Songsheng and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shen Clan's Gu Immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chuing? Shen Songsheng was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on Gu Immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shen Songsheng became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fang Yuan, Miaoming Shen, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shen Songsheng wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shen clan lacked. Shen Songsheng was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miaoming Shen and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then. But now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shen Songsheng. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miaoming Shen and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shen Songsheng learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miaoming Shen and Chuing. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shen Clan's side. When Fang Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in Regret Crying Sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret Crying Sea appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times. But the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan could collect Regret Gu in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the Regret Crying Sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miaoming Shen, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid the immortal Gu. I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtain the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the Regret Crying Sea region. Miaoming Shen and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miaoming Shen and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable one? Red Lotus Will compromised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Gu, and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fang Yuan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island. But in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Gu mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fang Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Gu in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Gu did not activate. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Ming Shun and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal. It had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the Fiend Immortal. Miao Ming Shun and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the Fiend Immortal. Just think about it, this mysterious Fiend Immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this Fiend Immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the Fiend Immortal inside the formation. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this Fiend Immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Ming Shun and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the Fiend Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Quartz Lifespan Extension Method? According to the Celestial Quartz Lifespan Extension Method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sigh, how can we estimate a Venerable's methods? Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Ming Shun, saying solemnly, "But I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a Gu Immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores." Miao Ming Shun and the rest stopped sighing. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange, because even with Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua, there was still 1 vacancy. As for the other Gu Immortals, other than Shen Clan's group, there were Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Ming Shun's group. Shen Clan had bullied them, Ren Xiaoping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gui Qiyi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Ming Shun laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression. "Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it. What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside." In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua can be invited. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shen Clan's Gu immortals can come, it will be safer. Saying so, Miao Mingshan added, Of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gui Qi Yi and the other immortals' expressions changed. Some wanted to say something, but since Miao Mingshan said so, they had nothing to say. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshan was indeed Miao Mingshan. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded. I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the 4 of you to guard 1 formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other Gu immortals to join us. Miao Mingshan continued, I am friends with Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision. Fang Yuan nodded. That would be for the best. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained several information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan not only wrote letters to Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, he also wrote letters to his enemies, Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, to help Fang Yuan invite them. Fang Yuan read the contents of the letters several times. He did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshan expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshan in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshan's letters were just icing on the cake. There was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fang Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshan objected, Fang Yuan would invite other Gu immortals. Miao Mingshan clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable. He chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. If he was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua was extremely smooth. Fang Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuan supported Miao Mingshan's group on the merit board. Even Shen Songsheng was suppressed by them. Everyone saw that. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua. She was hesitant. She said that she needed to consider it. Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking. He was much faster than Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Shen Clan's Gu immortals was the rank 8 Gu immortal Shen Songsheng. Without his permission, the other Shen Clan Gu immortals would not dare to side with Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan soon met with Shen Songsheng, fellow immortal Chuing. This time, Shen Songsheng's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chuing as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chuing has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Guyue Fangzheng. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this dragon whale paradise, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu echo worm. This Gu is extremely useful to me, Shen Songsheng, and even Shen Clan. I have been searching for it for many years but to no avail. Shen Clan is willing to cooperate with Chuing. If you see this Gu in the merit obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this Gu during a mission, my Shen Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this Gu. Shen Clan will reward you handsomely. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Echo worm? This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical Gu list. It can make a sound, and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 echo worm can already enslave rank 8 Gu immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this dragon whale paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Shen Songsheng laughed loudly. Chuing, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Shen clan's reputation. You can use Gu worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Shen clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chu Ying." Saying so, Shen Songsheng took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fang Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Gu was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Gu on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Shen Songsheng could fill the gap. It was something that Fang Yuan urgently needed. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Shen Songsheng continued. "I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a super Gu formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you. Maybe the echo worm is inside. Even if it is not, Shen Clan's Gu immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission." Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sea Area. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Ming Shen and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged. He was still at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a layer of green light. His eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal Gu flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fang Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The Gu immortals had complex expressions. Even Shen Songsheng was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods, he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path Gu immortals need to use immortal Gu to set up an immortal formation. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster. He only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The Gu immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Ming Shen and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shen family after this mission was over and rely on Fang Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Ming Shen's group by his side. Even Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi's relationship with Fang Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me, who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fang Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones. Even though it was set up in the air, once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Sure, sure. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Feng Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Feng Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited Gu immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between Gu immortals. Feng Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3. As Gu immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Feng Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw domination copper, earthly limit astral chi, green jade wind flow, darking stone, heaven flying jade. Feng Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Feng Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Feng Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal Gu on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Feng Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Feng Yuan could afford them. Thus Feng Yuan's behavior, in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu immortals, was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shen Songsheng and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Feng Yuan according to the characteristics of the Gu immortals. For example, Miao Ming Shun's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Feng Yuan placed weaker Gu immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. Anshin Songsheng's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Feng Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Feng Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Feng Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Feng Yuan. Shen Songsheng and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Feng Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move. Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does chewing cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Feng Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Ming Shun, and these elite Gu immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Songsheng's pupil shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chuing. Shen Songxing had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Goo as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary goo worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal Goo Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to Southern Border and used this killer move to refine Qi Chuyu's formation, capturing many Goo Immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Songxing could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Goo and the other immortal goo in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other goo immortals. But now, even Shen Songxing was invited. Fang Yuan was not afraid of the other goo immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fang Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal goo. Its body was flat like a disc. It was yellowish-brown in color. It had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is territory goo. When a goo immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the goo immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this goo. Territory goo was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 territory goo. The village would plant this goo underground, and a goo master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory goo was a practical goo worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual goo masters did not pursue this goo. Territory immortal goo was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This goo was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this goo worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fang Yuan could use territory immortal goo to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome. I need to make some deductions. Everyone rest for now. Fang Yuan said. The obstacle of territory goo was not just a problem for Fang Yuan. It was also a problem for the other goo immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The goo immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chuing would be able to continue refining it. What a joke. This is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. How can Chuing possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right. Even though Chuing is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The Gu immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan encountered a problem. They let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was stuck. Their benefits were affected too. The Gu immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue, Fang Yuan said. What? The immortals were surprised. This was too fast. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly. The supplementary formations started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back, while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Mingshun's supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fang Yuan said to the two of them, "Next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist." Miao Mingshun and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate refinement rain. Instead, he controlled the immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fang Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fang Yuan continued to activate refinement rain. A moment later, he successfully refined the territory Gu. After passing through this checkpoint, the immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shen Song Sheng and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing! I didn't expect chewing to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary. It can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation, but a type of changing formation. Fang Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu were successfully refined by Fang Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation and myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fang Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. GUH. A moment later, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart. The Gu immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry. I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chewing could do this. It far surpassed their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation. Thus, during this process, Goo worms were destroyed from time to time, but the immortal goo inside were well protected by Feng Yuan. He successfully kept them. As for the mortal goo, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Ming Shun, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation. They could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Feng Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes. They could see what goo worms Feng Yuan obtained. So many goo worms. I saw many lost Earth Path mortal goo. They were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a goo master. There are also immortal goo. Oh heavens, there are 8 immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo are rank 7. There are very few rank 6 immortal goo. They were all taken by Chuing. That's right, he did not give us any. The goo immortals watched as Feng Yuan took the immortal goo with dazed gazes. Some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal goo were Earth Path immortal goo. They were not suitable for them. But immortal goo were unique. They could be exchanged in the future. 222's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path goo immortal. Seeing the Earth Path immortal goo being kept by Feng Yuan, his mouth was dry. His heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved. He wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them, but his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shun Songsheng could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, 222 could only sigh. He swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly. He wanted to obtain these immortal goo. He knew that he was not indispensable. He had to cooperate closely with Chu Ying and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chu Ying, he would be able to transact immortal goo with Chu Ying in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path. He did not cultivate earth path. Thus, Chu Ying had a high desire to sell the immortal goo. The pitiful 222 did not know that Feng Yuan's earth path attainment level was already at Grandmaster. It was even higher than his. Feng Yuan dismantled the formation. The first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you. My saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am 222. I am very interested in the earth path immortal goo that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me. I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Feng Yuan thanked them one by one. His mood was very calm. He had too many immortal goo. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal goo that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Feng Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Goo Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2 time path cores of Moment Stages 1 Instant and that time, the immortal goo of Eternal Yachts Immortal Goo Hung, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal goo of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal Goo Day and Moon Child. Most of these immortal goo were rank 7. There were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special. It was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Feng Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Feng Yuan's time path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad Year flying warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Feng Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort, but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell. Its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level? Or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many Gu Immortals around him. It would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the Gu Immortals to attack while he and a few Gu Immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left. Now that it was being attacked by the Immortals, including a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Shen Songsheng, its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The Immortals stopped attacking one after another. Their morale fell. They were all affected by regret Gu. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved. His eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret Gu, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shen Songsheng shouted, temporarily suppressing regret Gu's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move grand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the immortals. Shen Songsheng got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Shen Shang. Shen Songsheng said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Shen Shang. Shen Shang was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Shen Shang cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a venerable. However, Shen Shang chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent. Even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Shen Shang continued to commit crimes. He became more and more unrestrained. He was a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. He and Shen clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shen clan did not dare to announce it. They could only announce that Shen Shang had died from tribulation. After Shen Songsheng captured Guyue Fangzheng, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Shen Shang and ransoming Guyue Fangzheng. Shen Songsheng thus learned that Shen Shang was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Songsheng mobilized all of Shen clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Mingshen's group and leaked some clues about the blue dragon whale. Shen clan obtained this information and sent Shen Songsheng personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Mingshen could find the location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shen Songxing came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Shen Shang's location. After several missions, Shen Clan's Gu immortal Shen Qi found the clue of Regret Crying Sea. Shen Songxing guessed that the devil immortal in the Crying Sea of Regret was most likely Shen Shang. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Shuing had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Shen Shang. This shocked Shen Songxing, and he hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. He pretended to tell Fang Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fang Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fang Yuan also brought Shen Songxing to the Sea of Regret. Shen Songxing had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Shen Shang. Other than Shen Clan's Gu immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miaoming Shen and the rest had grim expressions. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 Gu immortal to begin with, and now, he had Shen Shang as well. Shen Shang was also a rank 8. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him. He definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Shen Shang, Shen Clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea righteous path, Shen Clan became the only super force that had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Shen Clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge. It brought countless benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songxing was moved. He immediately released Fangjing, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qi-Si ancestors' hint to hand Fangjing to him. You are a descendant of my Shen Clan? Shen Shang floated in the air, looking at Shen Songxing. His eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. That's right. You are a member of my Shen Clan. What year is it now? Shen Shang's voice was hoarse. It was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered. His face was pale and his hair was messy. His eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body. It was extremely powerful. Shen Songxing answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Shen Shang sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end. Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Shen Shang sighed, he looked at Fang Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. Good, it seems that my Shen Clan has many geniuses. Next, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot. You have made great contributions to my Shen Clan. Are you willing to join Shen Clan and become an external Supreme Elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a Formation Path Grandmaster was what Shen Clan needed, and from his Formation Path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a Formation Path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songxing cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. He added, Chuing, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving ancestor Shen Shang is extremely important to my Shen Clan. I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded. He had a calm expression. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. Of course I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen Clan is recruiting me? He. Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songxing said coldly, Chuing, what do you mean by that smile? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. What ability does your Shen Clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy. Shen Songxing's gaze turned cold. His Shen Clan was an Eastern Sea super force. It had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas. It even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you? Chewing, don't be arrogant. My Shen clan is recruiting you, because Ancestor Shen Shang is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiao, Shen Qi, and the rest spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formation, and met up with Shen Shang and Shen Songsheng. Shen Shang's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent. He stared at Fang Yuan and said coldly, "Chewing, right? I need to remind you. You were brought here by the Merit Obelisk. You are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods. You cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the Merit Obelisk. Any one of you can be attacked by me." The expressions of Miao Ming Shun and the rest changed. Their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Fang Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Fang Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Ming Shun and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light. He lowered his voice and said furiously, "You are courting death, go and die." Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Fang Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast. At the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation crumbled instantly. It could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings. Miao Ming Shun and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath. Miao Ming Shun and the rest had ashen expressions. They were extremely unsightly. Shen Shang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was extremely powerful. In their eyes, there was little hope of Chewing surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chewing. They were more worried about themselves. Because Shen Shang had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Ming Shun and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive. Shen Songsheng squinted. He knew the inside story. Shen Shang's main cultivation path was not sound path. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chewing is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead. I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. But he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise. He does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8. This person really does not know how to write the word death. Shen Xiao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chewing stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back. He still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk. He could not help but exclaim, "Rank 8 Immortal Gu House?" The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, who in the current Gu Immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Rin Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chewing actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who is he? Shen Xiao was tongue-tied. The immortals' gazes were fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock. It is Fang Yuan. She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them. But such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth. Some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingshen gulped as he gulped. So Chewing was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance. He was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chewing had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shen Songxing's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. In just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shen Songxing's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chewing earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the celestial court. He even dared to kill them. What could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan. I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Songxing sighed inwardly. His clan's luck was terrible. Why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Songxing feel confident. He was panicking internally. At this time, Shen Songxing heard Shen Shang's question. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songxing looked at Shen Shang. Shen Shang had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level. It was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Shen Shang also looked at Shen Songxing. His gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, "You are a grand rank 8. You are actually afraid of a rank 7. What are you afraid of?" Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura. He was still concealing it. Shen Songxing blinked his eyes. His heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person. How could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court. He had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. He was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 Gu immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shen Songxing handed an information path Mortal Gu to Shen Shang. It contained all the information he knew about Fang Yuan. Shen Shang received the Mortal Gu and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a completely different expression when he looked at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you. Ha ha ha, interesting. Shen Shang's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world. This is great this way. I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fang Yuan's information not only did not make Shen Shang wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Shen Shang's performance, Shen Songxing suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shen Shang here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songxing's eyes. Damn it! The alarm in Shen Songxing's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shen Songxing had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of immortal Gu houses. Activating immortal killer moves would waste time. But directly mobilizing the immortal Gu house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad year flying warship flew over again. Fang Yuan dispatched the myriad year flying warship and ignored Shen Songxing, only looking for trouble with Shen Shang. Of course, Shen Shang did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad year flying warship. For a moment, he was chased around by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing and the Shen clan Gu immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it! Shen Songxing gritted his teeth. In this way, the advantage that the Shen family had in numbers could not be brought into play, and could only sit and watch as Fang Yuan and Shen Shang fought. As for Miao Mingxin and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle, and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shen Huai, as an ancestor of the Shen family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fang Yuan entered the myriad-year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad-year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but he could not let them out. Myriad-year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Shen clan. Jr., you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high, and he was extremely fast. He could directly circle around myriad-year flying warship. While he was escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally used it now. Immortal killer move Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm. It was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither. It was simple yet sorrowful. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang, who were at the edge of the battlefield, heard it and started crying. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest also had sorrowful expressions. They could not control their emotions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad-year flying warship shined brightly as it blocked the power of Night Song for him. But Shen Shang had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song, not to deal with the Gu immortals in the battlefield, but to create an environment for the battlefield. The song enveloped the sea and sky. Traces of dusk mist spread out from the sound waves and spread throughout the battlefield. After a few breaths of time, the entire regret-crying sea area turned pitch black. The Gu immortals were trapped here. They could not even see their own fingers. Their ears were filled with the mournful night song. Their morale plummeted. If they continued to listen, they would be slaughtered. Even though Fang Yuan was not affected much, the surroundings were pitch black. He lost his target. Fang Yuan immediately used investigative methods to sense Shen Shang's location. Shen Shang seemed to have sensed it. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you fell for it. Saying so, he activated another killer move, Sentimental Sorrow. Fang Yuan grunted. He was actually hit by the move. He could not help but feel shocked. He quickly recognized. This is a human path killer move. No wonder my myriad-year flying warship could not defend against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They could give the Gu immortal strong defense, and were very safe. But this defense was not without shortcomings. When Fang Yuan designed myriad-year flying warship, he considered most paths. But human path was his shortcoming. He did not have human path grandmaster attainment level back then. By the time he reached this attainment level, myriad-year flying warship had already been constructed. The situation was already set. He could only make minor adjustments and could not improve it greatly. One of the main reasons was that Fang Yuan lacked a human path immortal Gu that specialized in defense. Shen Shang definitely has a high-rank human path immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan was hit, he immediately understood a portion of the enemy's details. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He did not know much about Shen Shang, but Shen Shang was familiar with Fang Yuan's information. Fang Yuan had trump cards, of course, like rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light qi, and so on. But he planned to hide these methods. He did not want to expose them now. In this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Shen Songsheng, Miao Ming Shen, and Ren Xiaoping. If they learned of these secrets, once they left this paradise, they would easily spread outside. Thus, Fang Yuan wanted to use the methods that he had already exposed to fight the enemy. Immortal killer move Daybreak Sword. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying towards Shen Shang. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power. But Shen Shang laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords. He did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Shen Shang's body surged with a mystical aura. His life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing! The clan's records were not wrong. Ancestor Shen Shang was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songsheng saw this and sighed inwardly. When Shen Shang was young, he was a healer. When he was a Gu master, he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees. He was praised by people, and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts. But Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds. They were hard to heal. But Shen Shang had human path methods. He healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Shen Shang saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered and melted. Shen Shang's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right. The Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand. The fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Huan tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Hua An's situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Shen Shang used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat while dispersing the daybreak flying swords. At the same time, he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Shen Shang was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fang Yuan, you think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Haha, watch carefully. Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move light injury. Shen Shang grunted. He was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Shen Shang's killer move was too strange. It was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Shen Shang was being chased by myriad-year flying warship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Shen Shang hide in the darkness. His attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Shen Shang also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shen Shang. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself, but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shun and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad-year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Shen Shang actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing. Shen Songsheng was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Ming Shun's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Shen Shang's attacks seemed to be able to bypass this immortal Gu house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Shen Shang is a genuine rank 8. Gui Qi Yi, Tu Tua, and the rest were very confused. This Shen Shang was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his Gu worms? At this moment, Shen Shang's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal Gu and killer move to quickly remove the human path, Dao marks on his body. Shen Shang's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path, Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Shen Shang. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Shen Shang. Shen Shang squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, the gray stone giant only captured Shen Shang and did not attack him. The gray stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Shen Shang. It made Shen Shang retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Shen Shang dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad-year flying warship and the gray stone giant cooperated. chasing and intercepting Shen Shang. Shen Shang was already having a hard time dodging myriad-year flying warship. Now that there was a gray stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Shen Shang would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shockwaves affected Miao Ming Shen and the rest, as well as the Shen clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, Gui Qiyi, and the rest. After them were the Shen clan immortals, Miao Ming Shen, and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shen Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shen Songxing's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Shen Shang's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment. He has many thoughts in his mind. He is multitasking. In this aspect, I am too far behind. Shen Shang gritted his teeth. At this point, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might, but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Shen Shang and unleashed a time path killer move. Shen Shang was caught off guard. He could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down. His time flow was slowed down by half. The gray stone giant took the chance to grab Shen Shang and slowly retracted its hand. Shen Shang laughed loudly. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were red, but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the gray stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Shen Shang tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Shen Shang's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him. It was harmless to him. Shen Shang struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Shen Songxing saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Shen Shang lived up to his status. He was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally. He was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable. They were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle. All of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Ah! Shen Shang screamed. His expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Shen Shang's current state was a little strange. He was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black. The darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Shen Shang's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy. Saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Shen Shang's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the gray stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire. They were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder. The black fire was strange and powerful. It was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The gray stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire. They rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange. They could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat. This sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The two immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire. They screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these two immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat. Shen Shang, who was no longer restrained by the gray stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Shen Songshen called out to his ancestor a few times, but Shen Shang turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Shen Songshen also began to wisely retreat. Just as the two immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the two immemorial year beasts and raising them up. The remaining 40% of the underwater formation let out an unprecedented roar, operating at full power. The platinum pillar of light fiercely expanded, enveloping Shen Shang. The black fire continued to burn on Shen Shang and the two immemorial year beasts, but the platinum pillar of light firmly imprisoned them. Such a change stunned Shen Songshen. Fang Yuan suddenly made a move. The daybreak swords flew out again, piercing through the platinum pillar of light and stabbing Shen Shang. Stop! Seeing his ancestor being attacked by Fang Yuan, Shen Songshen shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan sneered. The flying swords became even more ferocious. This strange black fire was clearly extremely dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that the underwater formation took the initiative to attack, as if it was afraid of the sea water touching the black fire. Shen Songshen could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan had a thought. The flying swords flew out in two groups, attacking his immemorial year beasts. The black fire continued to burn under the attack of the daybreak swords. Its momentum decreased by a very small amount. Daybreak swords was a rank 8 killer move, but it was actually almost ineffective. Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water chi still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white water chi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Shen Shang was still going crazy under it. The two immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fang Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water chi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fang Yuan immediately changed his attack style and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water chi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water chi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Shen Shang and the two immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fang Yuan stopped after a while. He wisely started to change his methods. If it were other Gu immortals, they would have given up already, but Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. He had an astonishing number of immortal Gu. He had many attainment levels in different paths. He could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fang Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The two immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fang Yuan soon only had Shen Shang as his target. Wait! Fang Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Shen Songshen could not watch it anymore, he shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shen Songshen with a smile. Shen clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state. He is insane like a beast. His mind is not clear. It is the same as described on the merit obelisk. You still want to save him? Shen Songshen was silent. He took a deep look at Shen Shang, who was trapped in the light pillar, and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Shen Shang fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fang Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Shen Songxing took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big, and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with veined patterns. These veined patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. So it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kongju. Old Immortal Kongju was one of the 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters, comparable to Long Hair Ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a Gu immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took this stomach pouch from Shen Songxing's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fang Yuan inspected it and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shen Songxing. Next he smiled. What else is there? Shen Songxing breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty. And this, catch it. He tossed the black rod to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shen Songxing, who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan by a head. It was as thick as a goose egg, and had a rough surface. It was not light, and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fang Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant. But it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks. Some had 5 corners while others had 2. They were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. Falling star rod tree, Fang Yuan said. Shen Songxing nodded, praising. Fang Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable. This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery. It was extremely rare since ancient times. There were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Shen Songxing almost had an illusion. It was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. What else? Fang Yuan smiled. These alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Songxing gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you. This time, he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump. It continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water. Even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison. They advanced at one moment and retreated at the next. They advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, "Advancing and retreating tidal water." That's right. This was one of the three waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure blue fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water. I can give them all to you. Shen Songxing stated his price. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shen clan is indeed worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea. Your assets are truly impressive. Shen Songxing smiled. Thank you for your praise. But at the next moment Fang Yuan said, "But this is not enough." Not enough. Shen Songxing's pupil shrunk, his expression was unsightly. Fang Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Shen Shang. Shen Shang was still roaring crazily. Shen Songxing looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy. He is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal. We both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan! Shen Songxing shouted. What? Fang Yuan waved his hand. A large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Shen Shang. Shen Songxing almost crushed his teeth. Alright, what other requests do you have, Immortal Gu? I am not so greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high. I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials. The more the better, and the larger the scale the better. Shen Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea. It controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas. It is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shen Songxing's expression was grim. Then what can our Shen Clan get? A crazy rank 8? And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shen Songxing was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Shen Shang's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shen Clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. These rank 8s were only a burden. They were the laughingstock of others. They might even cause Shen Clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Shen Shang's hidden danger, Shen Songxing was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Shen Shang, his sincerity was evident. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Shen Shang. He is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so, he paused. Of course, what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Oh, Shen Songxing immediately showed an expression of interest. What do you mean? In the current world, earth veins are constantly moving. The 5 regions are united. It will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shen Clan is in Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources. Its wealth moves people's hearts. Even when the 5 regional walls existed, Gu immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shen Clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course, we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources, while I have more freedom. Central Continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions. When they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shen Clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea's super forces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Xinjiang. Far away is Central Continent's Eastern Sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Songxing silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes. He floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the super forces. Shen clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shen Songsheng was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included super forces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless super forces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, super forces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every Gu immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shen Songxing was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shen clan. In fact, Shen Shang was a little worried that Shen clan did not have the qualifications, because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Shen Shang and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shen clan's immortal Gu house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shen Songxing would have confidence. Shen Songxing knew Shen clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Shen clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shen Songxing was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shen clan had to deal with a super force of the same level? For example, Xie clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. The Shen family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shen family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on Celestial Court time and time again. Not only was the Shen family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shen family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shen family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk. But was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary. The benefits were the most important. Shen Songxing was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shen Songxing would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefits. And what Shen Songxing admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miao Ming Shun and himself. From this, Shen Songxing could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shen Songxing nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. Alright, why not take a gamble? In the future, we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Xin Shang regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shen Songxing showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore. He retreated slowly. Alright, Shen, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fang Yuan stabbed Xin Shang. Even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him, Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the light pillar and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left after Xin Shang broke out of it. There was a huge flaw in it. When Fang Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued, before Shen Shang died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal Gu inside might be implicated. As for which immortal Gu would be damaged or destroyed, Fang Yuan could not decide. If Regret Gu was destroyed, Fang Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan. The platinum light pillar dissipated. Shen Shang regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shen Songxing shouted as he retreated. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship as he retreated cautiously. Shen Shang was still screaming. He was in a frenzied state. There was no sign of him waking up. Shen Songxing, do you need help? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shen Songxing stared at Shen Shang. The other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. Alright. Fang Yuan said as he moved Myriad Year Flying Warship even further away. Right at this time, Shen Shang suddenly moved. His body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shen Songxing shouted as he chased. Fang Yuan also controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase. But Shen Shang was extremely fast. Myriad Year Flying Warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Year Flying Warship to block Shen Shang. Using this gap, Shen Shang flew out of Regret Crying Sea area completely. Shen Songxing and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songxing's expression was ashen. He almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. He had already experienced it before. It was to prevent foreign Gu immortals from roaming around. Thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Shen Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing. The two could only watch as Shen Shang flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Songxing's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled. Brother Shen, don't worry too much. Although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions, like this time, to eliminate your ancestor Shen Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Songxing nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Ming Shun and the rest, including Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua. The other group was Shun Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again. He is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with ancestor Xin Shang. Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh. Xin Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Ming Shun's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk. They were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed, Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing appeared. We are back. Why don't I see Ancestor Xin Shang? Fang Yuan is still alive, oh no. The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. Hehehe, Fang Yuan. Thank you for your information. It saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Songxing sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. This is my sincerity. I said it before. If we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again. They were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The 2 of you were fighting earlier. Why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Xin Shang? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Songxing laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. We will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Xin Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Songxing nodded, emphasizing. This is the agreement I made. Hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder, this. The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songxing's expression turned solemn as he said, This is an order. Xin Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fang Yuan. Xin Clan's Gu immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Xin Clan Gu immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen Clan Gu immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Songxing looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too. Ren Xiaoping could not believe it, his expression was dark. Shen Songxing's gaze was cold as he nodded. Shen Clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed it out loud. Your Shen Clan agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuan. What does that have to do with me? I am relying on you, but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Songxing saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled. Do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen Clan's reputation is not worth your trust? Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1924. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared, they had to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Miao Ming Shen and the rest became nervous. If Fang Yuan extorted them, what would they do? Reject him? I'm afraid it won't work. Miao Ming Shen and the rest could not stay in this dragon whale paradise forever. They still had to cultivate in Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to demand immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion. For the sake of the future, Miao Ming Shen and the rest would still lower their heads. In this world, strength came first before reason. Right when Miao Ming Shen and the rest were mentally prepared, Fang Yuan did not look at them. He turned around and looked at the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing also seemed to have forgotten about Miao Ming Shen's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked at Miao Ming Shen's group. The former had hatred in his eyes while the latter had complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk's surface. Undeniably, the mission to eliminate demonic immortal Shen Shang that he had accepted earlier had completely failed. On the merit obelisk, this mission had disappeared. Not just that. Fang Yuan found that his merit points had been deducted by a large amount. The others were not spared either. They all had their merit points deducted. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shin Clan's Gu immortals cried out in shock. Shin Songxing's expression was dark and solemn. His merit points were the most heavily deducted, much more than Fang Yuan's. Even though Fang Yuan fell from first to last, his merit points were still in single digits. Shin Songxing's merit points, however, were in the negatives. This situation made Fang Yuan very surprised. After all, in the previous life, such a strange phenomenon did not occur. Brother Shin, it seems that because you destroyed the underwater formation and released Shen Shang, the merit obelisk punished you severely. As for me, I slacked off and even took away the underwater array, so my merit was severely deducted, Fang Yuan analyzed. At this time, Shin Songxing's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. I just received a message from the merit monument. I have to return my merit to above 0 within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll be kicked out of the Dragon Whale Paradise, and won't have the qualifications to enter again. But Fang Yuan's heart moved. He had wisdom path attainment. He immediately analyzed the information behind these words. Looks like the Dragon Whale Paradise can still be explored many times. Will we ever have a chance to come in again? But how do I get in? The biggest problem was finding the location of the Dragon Whale Paradise in time. Fang Yuan glanced at Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen can sense the blue dragon whale's location. Is this the qualification and opportunity that I have? Before this, Fang Yuan had already made some deductions. Miao Mingshen's method to sense the blue dragon whale was very mystical. Fang Yuan could not see anything wrong with it. After all, Fang Yuan had broad horizons, he cultivated many paths, and had high attainment levels in many paths. While Miao Mingshen cultivated space path, his sensing method was different. This was very strange. Because it was too strange, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. He did not interrogate Miao Mingshen about this sensing method. But now, all the clues showed that this sensing method was not his own ability. It came from the Dragon Whale Paradise itself, from the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing looked at his merit points as he frowned. The numbers were too glaring. He walked towards the merit obelisk first. Fang Yuan, my time is limited, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yuan nodded. Brother Shen, please go ahead. If you need help, leave an information path Gu worm under the obelisk. I will help you with all my strength. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the two getting along so well. Shen Songxing was the leader of the righteous path, while Fang Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship, and be so open and above board? Shen Songxing heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he also believed that the price to ask for Fang Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shen Songxing quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shen Songxing, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale immortal Gu recycling mission. At the next moment, he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the immortal Gu. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich. It listed the price of each immortal Gu in detail. Fang Yuan counted the quantity. It was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully, and found that this mission was simply made for him, by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the immortal Gu he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fang Yuan learned from this that among the immortal Gu he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. Most rank 7 immortal Gu were rank 6 immortal Gu, followed by rank 6 immortal Gu. The price of each immortal Gu was very high. Even the lowest rank 6 immortal Gu was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions. Some were filled with envy and jealousy. They could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fang Yuan only needed to hand over one rank 6 immortal goo, and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated in the past. Alright, they had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shockwaves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything at all. But look at Fang Yuan. His gains were a large number of immortal goo. If he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. The immortals felt stifled in their hearts. They were indignant and even resentful. But they did not dare to be impudent in front of this demon Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest were still fine. But Shen Clan's Gu immortals, Ren Xiaoping, and Tong Hua felt like they were wronged. You only lost some immortal essence, what about us? We even handed over most of our immortal materials. What the hell was this? There were no gains and we had to pay for it. This was a terrible experience. Fang Yuan did not want to hand over a single immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. There would be no other opportunities like this. If he wanted merit points, he could continue earning them. Why was there a need to give up precious immortal goo for instant benefits? These immortal goo were mostly earth path. For ordinary goo immortals, they did not fit their path. They needed resources to raise them. They would naturally want to give them away. But Fang Yuan was different. Chapter 1925. Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 immortal goo houses. Right now, he had already built Myriad Year Flying Warship and Cooking Luck Pot. Only the final immortal goo house was left. Even though he obtained immortal goo houses like Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace during this process. But these immortal goo houses were placed in the hands of the clone. They were crucial to Fang Yuan's plans. They were either used to suppress the situation, or to change the overall situation. And most importantly, Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace were not suitable for Fang Yuan's plans. In Fang Yuan's original plan, he needed an immortal goo house to focus on defense. Myriad Year Flying Warship specialized in speed. It made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It also took care of the strategic location of the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was supplementary. Qin Dingling had yet to be born when he designed it. Fang Yuan wanted to use it to bully the weak celestial court and expand his advantage. As for the 3rd immortal goo house, Fang Yuan used it for defense and healing. The battle to repair fate was extremely intense. It would be hard to find time to rest after the battle. Fang Yuan needed an immortal goo house that could defend effectively on the battlefield and give him precious time to rest when necessary. This immortal goo house could even defend against venerables to a certain extent. Earth path is thick, it is good for defense. I will use these earth path immortal goo to build the 3rd immortal goo house. It is perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan did not know that Wu Shuai's clone already had the method to build an earth path immortal goo house through the Dream Realm exploration. This immortal goo house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was suitable for his current needs. It was just that even though Fang Yuan and the clone had the same attainment level, they needed to communicate their memories to learn from each other. Eventually, Fang Yuan received a large-scale mission to combine 2 sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingshen was the first to react. He walked forward. Gui Qiyi and the others who were behind him naturally followed suit. What about you? Fang Yuan asked the Shen Clan Gu immortals. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. They had fallen out with Fang Yuan before, so it was hard for them to change their mindset in such a short time. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were not like Miao Mingshen's group. The latter had tasted the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. However, their first mission with Fang Yuan had already gone wrong. Shen Xiao shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Let's take a look first. Shen Xiao tactfully rejected Fang Yuan. The other Shen clan Gu immortals did not object to this. Fang Yuan didn't mind. He smiled at the other two and said, Fellow Taoist Ren Xiaoping? Immortal friend Tong Hua? What do you think? Ren Xiaoping's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything, and just shook his head. Tong Hua, on the other hand, seemed to be startled, and had no intention of moving. Regarding their attitude, Fang Yuan had expected it. After all, he had just taken their immortal material inventory. From this, Shen Songxing's methods could be seen. Shen Songxing ordered Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to hand over their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed like he was making their relationship awkward. But the truth was that these two had no choice but to rely on Shen Clan. After all, they were still hoping that after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Clan would fulfill their agreement and compensate for their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was also a method for Shen Songxing to teach Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua a lesson. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shen Clan. You need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shen Clan's boat, you want to leave? It won't be so easy. Fang Yuan naturally knew about Shen Songxing's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were taken by Shen Songxing. They were not Fang Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fang Clan took in Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. What was wrong with Shen Clan taking in Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It directly unified Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Using Huang Jin's super forces as the main theme, it wanted to take in all the Northern Plains' lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court. They had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Gu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects. They were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Ming Shun and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw 2 sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The 2 seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the 2 sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects. Life was rare. It was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fang Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the 2 sea areas. We need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingshun nodded. That makes sense. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingshun and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingshun actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continued to follow Fang Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around, investigating on their own. Only Fang Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time, it was not so troublesome. Fang Yuan annexed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. He had the outstanding long hair refinement path formation. What he needed to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation needed to be adjusted, but Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. Right now, he only needed to stay here and place Regret Gu in the empty core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a demon of the present age. Aren't we too close to him? While investigating, Gui Qi flew to Miao Mingshun's side with a worried expression. Miao Mingshun patted Gui Qi's shoulder. Old Gui, You want to ask me why I treat Feng Yuan with such an attitude? Almost like I am his subordinate, right? Gui Qi smiled embarrassedly. Lord is wise. Miao Mingshun's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I have no choice. This is the first time I entered Dragon Whale Paradise, but an accident occurred. Now that Shun clan has discovered this place, do you think they will let go of this treasure land and allow us to explore it again in the future? According to the nature of a super clan, of course they will take it for themselves. Gui Qi said without hesitation. That's right. Bright light flashed in Miao Mingshun's eyes. If we go out this time, we will definitely be suppressed by Shun clan and forced to surrender. If we can't, we will be killed. But now, other than submitting to Shun clan, we have another choice. Lord is referring to Feng Yuan? I understand, Lord is thinking far ahead. I am slow-witted. Gui Qi realized at once. As a lone immortal, he knew that Dragon Whale Paradise was a treasure land that Shun clan would definitely attack in the future. One Ren Xiaoping was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shun clan. Miao Mingshun chose to submit to Feng Yuan because he wanted to use his reputation to protect himself, to preserve his freedom as a lone immortal. In the future, if Shun clan wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider Feng Yuan's feelings. In the worst case, he would give up on his lone immortal status and submit to Shun clan or Feng Yuan. This would give him some space to maneuver, unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who submitted to Shun clan so early. Without any external pressure, Shun clan would be able to completely suppress them. If Shun Songxing asked them to hand over the immortal materials, could they refuse? Would they dare to refuse? When the immortals gathered around Feng Yuan had already placed Regret Gu in place. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals had already gathered. They were sharpening their blades and had high morale. They were planning to refine it. Feng Yuan's time path clone was organizing the immortal material inventory. He was modifying the immortal Gu recipe according to the current immortal materials. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had to do it himself, but now, with the help of the entire Langya sect, he did not need to interfere. Thus he saved a lot of time. Chapter 1926. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the long hair refinement path formation buzzed. Fire surged into the sky inside the formation. Waves of heat spread everywhere. A rank 6 immortal Gu was bathed in the fire, floating in the air. Its surface was melting like wax. Stabilize. Land Spirit of Langya was in charge of the formation. He called out. Open the door. Put in the immortal materials. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of the other formation cores immediately opened the door. Thus, balls of dog poop slowly flew out from the warehouse door. These dog feces were all immortal materials. Some were shining with starlight, like blue diamonds. They were the feces of the star desolate hound. Some had sharp spikes on the surface. They were the feces of the remnant heavenly hound. Some were white and flawless like white jade. They were the feces of the jade statue white hound. The star desolate hound was a desolate beast. The remnant heavenly hound and the jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog feces flew into the fire, melting rapidly. Some turned into smoke, some into liquid. The formation activated. The 3 hairy man Gu immortals worked together to deal with these dog feces immortal materials. First, smoke spread, attaching to the surroundings of the rank 6 immortal Gu. Next, liquid flowed and gathered into one. Land Spirit of Langya took action at the later stage of the Gu refinement. It was terrifyingly stable. However, right when it was about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material was fused, something unexpected happened. The fire changed color. The rank 7 incomplete immortal Gu inside quickly crumbled. Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly activated the formation. Regret Gu worked. The color of the fire in the formation changed back to normal. Not just that, the rank 7 incomplete immortal Gu also returned to normal. All that was lost was that final portion of immortal material. The hairy men quickly stabilized their emotions, continuing to refine Gu. After 15 minutes, the fire in the formation dissipated. The rank 6 immortal goo successfully advanced to rank 7. Rank 7, Dog Feces Luck. The hairy man goo immortals were very excited. Land Spirit of Langia was also filled with emotions. Their refinement path strength was already unparalleled in the world. Now that they had regret goo, they were like dragons flying in the sky. Their advantage was unstoppable. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Feng Yuan sat on the clouds, watching Miao Mingshen fly up and down with Feng Jiang and the rest. The ecology of the two seas had more or less been adjusted. The final obstacle was that between the two great sea regions, there was still a shattered space. Miao Mingshen was trying his best to get rid of this void. As long as he could get rid of it, the two sea regions would be able to unite harmoniously. Miao Mingshen was a space path goo immortal. Dealing with this shattered space was his specialty. Feng Yuan and the others were happy to be free. Oh, Dogshit Luck immortal goo also succeeded. Good progress. Feng Yuan sensed the movements in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. While his main body was doing the merit mission, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already refined 3 immortal goo. The progress could be said to be very fast. Ordinary goo immortals used years to refine goo. They had to be careful and cautious during the process. The risks were huge. Feng Yuan's current situation was completely different. Land Spirit of Langia, hairy man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, regret goo, and abundant immortal materials allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that were successfully refined were Luck Path. They were obtained by Feng Yuan after he dismantled Cooking Luck Pot. Luck Path was the focus now. The newly refined Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo was once Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6, it could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Feng Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now. He had higher requirements for immortal goo. He needed suitable high rank immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low. Rank 7 was barely enough. Rank 8 was the most suitable. But Feng Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 immortal goo. The investment was too huge. The risk was too high. It was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely. The external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, his situation would only worsen. Right now he could barely use rank 7 immortal goo. Furthermore, these rank 7 Luck Path immortal goo needed to be refined into Cooking Luck Pot again. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot could also affect rank 8 immortal goo. Ah! Miao Mingshen suddenly shouted, interrupting Feng Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingshen spewed out an azure light halo. The light spread out. Everywhere it went the shattered space was smoothed out. The space was unified. There was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods I cannot compare to you. Feng Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had Space Path Immortal Goo and Mini Space Path methods. He even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of Space Path. But compared to Miao Mingshen, even if Feng Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingshen. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingshen cultivated Space Path, while Feng Yuan had invested very little in Space Path. He had little progress. Miao Mingshen quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind, Mingshen is ashamed. Feng Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries. The immortals returned to the Merit Obelisk. In this mission, Feng Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingshen was second. Feng Yuan's merit ranking rose again. He reached the top. Miao Mingshen and the rest were speechless. They saw that Feng Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the 2 positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Feng Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Goo Immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Feng Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Feng Yuan's merit points continued to rise. It was increasing steadily. Miao Mingshen and the rest were relying on him. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fang Yuan's mess. This kind of cooperation allowed Fang Yuan to maintain his position at the top. It was getting firmer and firmer. Miao Mingshun's group also benefited from this. Their merit points gradually surpassed Shen Clan's Gu Immortals. They became the second group. And the first group naturally only had Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing did not ask Fang Yuan for help. He completed many mid-sized missions within the time limit and returned to the right track. His luck was quite good. He received 1 or 2 sound path missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to imitate the power of other paths. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 after all. His cultivation level and methods were all there. When Shen Songxing's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's Calamity Luck Altar was assembled again. Rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar. This was a top-grade Immortal Gu house, created by Giant Sun Immortal himself. It could already affect rank 8s. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to check his luck. Boom! He heard a loud explosion. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a huge pillar of fire clouds. It was burning fiercely as it soared into the sky. It looked like it was going to prop up heaven and earth. His luck was like a huge pillar. It was burning intensely. The flames were blood red. On the surface of the pillar, there were many flames with traces of black at the end. I have rank 8 strength. My battle strength rivals Duke Long. I also have a large number of Immortal Gu houses and killer moves. Thus my luck is extremely vast. The flames are blood red. It represents slaughter. The tail of the flames is black. It represents the death tribulation. The black chi of the death tribulation is spreading on the surface of the pillar. It means that the death came from the outside. It is undoubtedly the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has not repaired Fate Gu yet. Once it succeeds, the black death chi will expand by many times. It will eventually corrode my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. Inside the pillar of fire, there were all sorts of images appearing as the flames burned. At times it was a red lotus. At times it was a white crane. At times it was a beast phantom. At times it was soil. Fang Yuan was about to investigate further when his vision blurred. Immediately his body and mind shook. He felt a sweetness in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. He looked up and saw a cooking luck pot floating above him. It was filled with luck. There was a huge crack on the outside that was leaking luck out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. His luck was too strong. Even the rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar could barely take a peek at it. If he peeked for too long, not only would he suffer a backlash, Calamity Luck Altar would also be damaged. The newly constructed Calamity Luck Altar had to be repaired. The crack was huge. The damage was not light. If left alone, the crack would continue to expand. He had to repair it immediately. Observing his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was excellent. This was not strange. He had a deep foundation, and also had luck path attainment. He was worried that the hidden danger had already appeared. If he did not stop Fate Gu's repair, Fang Yuan's crisis would become greater. Secondly, even though the fire cloud pillar was burning intensely, it was only temporary. This kind of burning luck might be invincible for a short period of time, but it would not last long. After it was completely burned, there would be a period of low luck. But that was in the distant future. Fang Yuan deduced, at least when Central Continent repaired Fate Gu, his luck would maintain this state. It might even strengthen further. Fang Yuan continued to accept missions, while the refinement path Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture started to refine Strength Path Immortal Gu. Missions to clear the Black Fire appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Shen Shang escaped Regret Crying Sea area. But he was still going crazy. He unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire. He immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the Black Fire appeared one after another. They were completed by Fang Yuan, Shen Songsheng, and the rest. Have you noticed, these missions are getting rarer recently? On this day, Shen Songsheng dealt with the Black Fire while conversing with Fang Yuan. Your ancestor, Shen Shang, is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Songsheng had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Shen Shang? Ancestor, this is great. You finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fang Yuan. We will work together. Shen Songsheng was overjoyed. He quickly went to welcome him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.